friend, whoever is watching. Someday I'm gonna figure out which one of you it is. Hades or Donk or Denny or Denine or Drapsnat or Regress or Sukoxi? I don't know. Sukoshi? Who knows? Just thanks for hanging. Here. Constantly somebody I can assume is at least listening. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But that's okay. Let us drink from the sink. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know if Pavel's around. It's been a minute since we've worn this look. We'll do this one. We don't need the jacket though. And what is this one? What does this look like if we untuck the... Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that look for now. Ooh. This is interesting. My other character is sort of been okayed for Saints Crossing Department of Health, and there are 7 medics on right now. I don't know whether all the people we're wondering about are even around. I don't think they are. I feel like if we don't have a conversation with Pavel, it's fine. I want to talk with him at some point, obviously. I need to remember where I put those potatoes. I assume if they are not in the bank, they are in the hotel. They're probably in the, I bet they're in the hotel. I remember they're in the hotel. Because I kind of want to show up to him and just be like, hey, got 30 potatoes if you want to buy them. I'll sell them for not all that much. $2 a potato is $60. Like, it's pretty good.
Sitting and having a family talk earlier. I tried telegramming you before everyone was sitting down.
Oh no, that's fine. No, I'm just saying.
Honestly, it was the least of my problems after what happened the other week. I don't know if you read the full medical file.
But if you come with me, I can. We can take a couple measurements and we can get something.
Oh, she might not be. Cool. That solves some things for us. So behind the scenes, I just sent a Discord message to Cassie just to find out if she was online, because there's so many medical online that it would be kind of a stupid move at the moment not to play Moody and just kind of see what we can get into this evening, because there doesn't seem like a whole lot of reason for Abdul at the moment. First, we check the card. And it's a flying card. Okay, that's 40. And we dash over here. Get a little bit more hair pomade for next time we wake up. And then right here, we go ahead and relock. Okay. Didn't even need to come online for that. Let us go over to the dashboard, edit the stream info. Cool. We need to pop in here and go on duty trainees, which is awesome. There you are. I need to map out to Armadillo. We need to put some stuff in the bank in Armadillo. And I need to adjust my outfit.
Damn, I'm all out of shucks.
I wish I had like a toothpick. Something to stick in my mouth. Actually alter the way that I talk just a little bit. So that it feels a little bit more like Robert Moody would. I hope it looks the way that it should. We're gonna double check. Refresh that. Cool, it does. I did not put a tie on this. Well, yeah, because... Oh, this is the work outfit anyway. This isn't the... We need to switch outfits anyhow. Oh, there's 6 on now. Okay, Jadal's is off. Dr. Margot. We gotta switch books back here. We're gonna go with veteran. And we are going to duck into the tailor, which I believe is here on the left. It's the barber. Just kidding. It's the doctor. Maybe it's on the right. It's on the right. Right next to the bank. So we're going to go to the bank first. We need the horse. Because you was a working horse, but you don't need to be at the moment. Put that there, put that there, put that there. Somebody's already failed. Is there a close, or is there a spot? I guess Blackwater. We'll go to the tail in Blackwater. Oh, there's 5 now. Well, we got a wolf, which we didn't need or mean to get. And we're going to see what happens. We still gotta fill the water. Whoop. We still gotta fill the water canteen. Huzzah. We skin the wolf. No reason other than that we can. Go for an itty bitty swim. And then into the Taylor real quick. I need to change the belt. And then I need to not wear it. That's fine. We do no gloves. Previous. What is the closed coat? That's perfect. That's amazing. Fantastic. We got some just straight brown. Some good boots. I got a telegram. Hopefully somebody telling me where to go. Which is exactly what we want. He's like stretching his neck out. Blackwater. Connor McNamara. G1229. Or GI229, excuse me. Oh. Here we go. Could be him, I suppose. Howdy, folks. I'm looking for a Dr. McNamara.
Dr. McNamara is right inside. Are you the trainee?
That would be me, sir. Yes, Robert Norton Moody.
Robert Norton Moody. Glad to meet you, sir. I'm a medic Silas Hauser.
Good to meet you, sir.
Yeah. Come to do a little training, eh?
Yes, I suppose. May as well. In the area, and able and willing.
All right. Well, McNamara's inside. It looks like he's reading the tip line, so why don't you go say hello, see what he wants you to do. I'm happy to help. And if you have any questions, if you need anything, man, you come talk to me. I'll help you out, all right?
I appreciate it very much, sir. Pardon, Dr. McNamara?
Yes, Mr. Moody.
Good to meet you, sir.
You too. Sorry, I'll be with you in just a moment. Just trying to get
Of
something
course,
cleaned
of
up on
course.
the tip line here.
No need to hurry on my account. Lord's kept me alive this long.
Oh, hopefully keeps the trend going. If you would mind just coming over with me, we can head over to one of these tents and kind of talk about.
Certainly, certainly.
1 second. Howdy. Thanks.
It's all right. He's got a little wobbly there.
No worries, no worries. Happens to the best of us.
I know you've been riding a little bit. Hungry at all? Need a stew or
Uh,
anything on that front?
sure. That would be mighty nice.
Just got back from the saloon, and apparently everybody was already full. So
Oh,
that's
sure,
in here just
sure.
in case that's helpful.
It is. I keep a hotel room out in Tumbleweed. It's relatively cheap, and I know the area from a number of years back. So,
Gotcha. Oh, yeah. I think that we've had a few medics that have lived in Armadillo, but Tumbleweed doesn't always get the same coverage. So it's a good thing. How do you like it out there?
it's a good bit quieter than I remember here. I bumped into a couple of boys. The good boys. They're sons of the fellow that owned the mine back when I was here before. Apparently he's doing poorly, but they seem to be in decent spirits at least. So it's quiet, but it always was, I think.
Understood. Sorry, just trying to get a little file up here for you.
Oh, sure. I do believe I had one started by, I believe it was Bertie White, I think, when I first arrived. So there may be something there already. That was some months ago, though.
Okay. Looks like we'll just get a fresh one started for you.
Oh, of course. That was just a citizen file, though. I don't know if that's what you're filling out now. But
No, so this would be more specific for the department. So.
Oh yeah, then there's probably nothing there.
So what was there anything in particular that you mentioned your medical background in the telegram, but anything in particular that had driven you to want to join the department?
Just the wanting to help other folks. To be honest with you, my wife always did a good job of that, and it's been a driving theme in my life. So I figure why not continue it now that I find myself here.
Is it something where you'd be interested in kind of going for a nurse, or are you familiar with the different roles in our department?
Not terribly, no, but possibly.
Okay. So within the department, we have 3 different roles. Once kind of through the trainee program, everybody's pretty much kind of on an even level. It's more just in terms of specialization, in terms of some of the duties that you perform. And then we have senior members who have basically just are available and experienced who can provide mentorship to others through the department. But we have medics, nurses, and doctors. And medics are generally going to be more focused on kind of an initial triage and getting a patient stable, particularly if they've been through trauma. Not something where everybody that is a medic is kind of comfortable in surgery, but we do have some medics that will assist in surgeries if they've been trained and are comfortable doing that.
Certainly.
Our nurses are generally a little bit more focused on longer term care, so particularly patients that might be having a number of follow-ups or ongoing long-term health conditions. They tend to take the lead on some of those cases. And then within the physicians of the department, a lot tend to kind of lean more into certain specializations. So some will go more trauma surgery. I myself focus on orthopedics. We also have some that focus more on pharmacology and some in kind of internal medicine. And then outside of all 3 of those groups, we have some people in the department that are counselors who kind of try and help treat the mind and work on talking with patients, and also kind of will use a number of medications to potentially help with that.
Certainly.
And that's kind of an optional element if it's something you end up potentially being interested in.
I would imagine nurse, maybe with a bit of a dabbling in the more medic type things, might be good.
Yep, and it's something where it's also, you can always potentially switch. So it's something where you wanted to kind of move on and become a doctor down the road. We have some people that will end up leaving the crossing for a little bit and going to school and doing some work. There's also what I had done. We call it the Margot method because Dr. Margot was the first person to go through it. But we've actually coordinated with Feinberg Medical School in Chicago, and they will take some of the field experience that you get here in the crossing, in addition to being able to take some specific classes. And you can kind of do a hybrid of book learning and hands-on training. And then you can kind of go sit for their board exam and get certified that way, if that's something you ever end up being interested in the future.
Nice.
But,
very nice.
No pressure on that front.
That's a handy thing. I've met Dr. Margot. He worked on cougar bite early on in my time here.
There are way too many cougars in this area.
Yes, I would agree with that, having lived here only 3 months.
What were you originally from the crossing and then left, or
something like
back,
that? I grew up elsewhere, moved here for a time, moved around, got married, moved around. She passed away of the I think it was the Russian influenza, which took my girls as well.
I'm so sorry.
It was 6 years ago now, so I believe what grieving I'm able to do has already been done. But at a certain point, I started to retread old ground, and my feet took me back here. So
understood. Well, I think from just talking to you, you sound like an upstanding citizen, and we'd be happy to have you with the department. So I can talk to you a little bit about kind of how the training process goes.
of course.
So in general, it's something where we have you kind of working alongside our medics. So kind of have you clock in via some of the state paperwork. And then if you can just send a telegram, just like you did today for the conversation, just stating that you are available for training. And as soon as one of our certified members can, they'll reach out and make sure we link up with you. And initially, it can be a little bit more observation and
Sure.
kind of learning by watching, but we'll get you into the process, get you working on folks. But there are a couple specific regulations on that front. And one of the biggest ones is we can't have you treating any patients if there's not an active certified member with you. So,
Of course,
if it's
of course.
where until you've taken your oath and been sworn into the department, if you were in a medical office and somebody came running in and there's a ranger that's dragged them in, they've run into a cougar and they're bleeding, you can make sure you send a tip to let a certified member know. But
course.
you can also make sure that they're aware that a local doctor can kind of get started treating them right away. And as soon as we have a medic on scene, you can work kind of under their authority with what they're kind of comfortable with and you're comfortable with. We don't want you doing anything that we won't throw you in unless you're comfortable.
Certainly.
And we get you doing more and more and more until eventually, towards the back half of that process, the training process, we normally will try and let you kind of run the show. You're seeing the patient. We're just kind of there to lend support. And
Of course.
eventually, when you're feeling comfortable and everybody's been seeing you do good work, we ideally just get you sworn into the department. So the important thing is just making sure that you try and be available and as you can. After a training session, if you alert the state just that you've been doing some training, who you've been working with, and anything kind of major that you learned that day, just kind of keep them appraised of how things are going.
Of course.
Always important just to kind of coordinate with the team. It will be a lot easier as a full member of the department where you kind of get access to the clipboard and some of our documentation, but we'll keep you in the loop as we're kind of moving through the process, mostly via telegram.
Sure.
And there's also, not sure if while you were kind of traveling, if you've been in any other counties that might handle things a little differently, but when we're dealing with patients out in the field, the Department of Health, Sheriff's Department, and the Ranger Corps all kind of handle things in we'll work together to try and get a patient secure. But for the medical department, we treat patients in the office. So if you were, off duty and just riding and you found somebody in the field, you can absolutely do your best to try and get them stabilized and into a medical office. But that's where we're going to do most of our work. We don't really kind of go out into the field, though there can be some exceptions if law or rangers ask us if there's somebody that's maybe not stable enough to be able to transport in. But in general, it's something where, particularly as a trainee, until you're signed off, you're just working kind of alongside us and kind of take things from there.
Of course.
Sheriff's Department is always going to be looking out for us. We try and keep them updated if you do run into any issues, or even if it's just something where you're running into gangs, anybody that might be hassling, good to send them a tip. And then with the Rangers, they will be bringing people into the field, stabilizing them, bringing them into us. And we actually end up doing some of the training for that stabilization process that they learn. So eventually you can be kind of running some of those classes, which is honestly kind of a lot of fun to go over that with them.
Very good.
One of the other kind of elements that we kind of like to look at are, if you've been, injured, have you had to work with a local doctor before?
No, thankfully. For the most part, there's been someone on duty.
Mm-hmm. So sometimes it's just we either don't have people on duty, and the department is pretty large now. We've been getting a lot better coverage, which I'm very happy we can kind of add you to that. But it's something where if there's something urgent, we can't get somebody in, they can always kind of work with a local doctor that can kind of get started, being able to get them stabilized to start working. And then if somebody does arrive, we can always potentially take over. It's also something where eventually, if you're running into kind of a multiple down, you've got you're the only one there and there's multiple patients, you can utilize local staff. Local nurses can, you can ask them to hold pressure, or potentially even get started treating a patient while you're working on one if you had, 3 in the office. So just something where that's an important component of how things work. And they're very good at what they do, so we can absolutely trust them. But it's nice to kind of have the personal touch and be working with people once you're up and running.
Of course.
The other thing is sometimes we'll have friends and loved ones that'll want to be kind of available or very kind of concerned about patients that we're taking care of. But we also want the patient to have access to privacy. So it's something where if they're concerned and there's not other patients there and they're comfortable, sometimes you can have, maybe one person in the room, but you also don't want it to be overly crowded. So generally we'll kind of ask that non-members of the department stay outside, particularly if there's kind of multiple patients present.
Sure.
But there can be exceptions to that. And when you're working with the sheriff's department, we also kind of need to be able to coordinate safely treating certain patients. So sometimes they'll bring in somebody that may have been shot and had the wound packed. And one of the first things we're going to want you being able to do is trying to get them stabilized and comfortable so we can kind of keep working on them. But
Of course.
and this is something you don't have to worry about necessarily right off the bat, but it is something where it is good to verify with law on hand that the patient has been searched, because if you get them a little bit more comfortable as you're working, we don't want them potentially kind of pulling a gun or taking you hostage or something like that.
Of course.
And we'll have some similar incidents where the patient has been placed in a holding cell, and they might ask you to go over to the sheriff's department. If you're going into the office, you want to just make sure you don't have any weapons on you. They'll take those, and then they can get you into the cell, and
Right.
might have to do some field treatment there. So it's good to have a kit that has most of your medical supplies that you can do some work outside of the medical office. You can always send a runner over if you need to, and if it's something where they might need surgery, we can coordinate with law on either getting them to an appropriate site or keeping them stable enough to potentially get to the medical facilities in Sisika where they can be treated. And if it is something where you're working and you're a nurse and it's something that might need kind of an involved surgery, you can always call in one of the local surgeons to kind of take over once you've gotten them stable to a point. Outside of that, the other kind of element that we always like to mention when we're first kind of getting things started for you is we always like to assign one of the senior members of the team to kind of work with you as a mentor and just kind of be available as a resource. And it's not something where you're ever stuck just talking to the one person, but they'll kind of want to check in with you and make sure you're doing well. And we can just, if there's any particular questions or concerns, they're kind of just a go-to resource. And we have 6 members of the senior team at this point. I'd be happy to be a resource for you if you'd like. But you also mentioned you'd run into Dr. Margot and Senior Medic White. So if you're kind of comfortable with one of them, we could always potentially get you under their wing, so to speak. Whatever you'd be most comfortable with.
Well, certainly, I don't really have any preference at this point. I barely know Senior Medic White, but yourself or Dr. Margot, if either of you are so inclined to, it's fine with me.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Be a pleasure working with you. And that's something that you're not locked into. So if it just kind of turns out that we are awake at different times and you're normally riding with Senior Dr. Fletcher or Dr. Bello, it's always something that there's no issue with kind of changing. So kind of want to make sure that ideally it's somebody that you get to see in person. And that's kind of the real basics. So I'd say, welcome to the department as a trainee. We'll be able to hopefully be able to get things kind of going for you. But main thing at this point is we'll can introduce you. I think we had Silas was still over in the office.
Yes, I met him very briefly on my way in.
So he's fantastic. He's kind of taken a pretty big lead into our counseling program, if that's something that you're interested at all.
Interesting.
And we can see if there's any tips coming in, anybody we can go help treat if you'd like to come along, or if not, we can kind of go over some basic medical knowledge and just kind of talk through some stuff. Okay.
Certainly, certainly.
Great. Let me just double check one other component. One element that absolutely no pressure on this front, but when we're seeing patients, some of what we're able to kind of talk about does need to be privileged to those to the patient and the people they are comfortable with. So you can talk to law about any ongoing case, but if somebody just came up to you in the office and they said, "Oh, my good friend Connor was shot, and I was hoping to just see how he's doing," unless that person is listed on the patient's next of kin list, we can't share information with them. So it's something where they could,
interesting,
discuss it with law, but we're limited in who we can kind of provide information to, in terms of kind of a regular citizens basis, generally
Certainly.
to whoever they have listed. So it's something where when you're treating people, if you see that they don't have anybody listed, it is helpful to have that there, particularly if somebody were to unfortunately pass. We really can't pass along any information or anything kind of beyond that, unless somebody is actively there. So it's also something where if you don't have anybody listed, you are welcome to always put potentially a member of the department, just so that somebody would be kind of notified in that element. But no pressure on that front whatsoever. But it is something we like to look out for with our patients.
Certainly.
Okay, well, welcome aboard, Trainee Moody. What questions do you have for me?
The only real one is if I am moving to the if I'm going to the telegram office to send a tip to the medic line before I'm allowed to really help someone brought in, am I allowed to assist in making them feel more comfortable, or is that a thing that would have to wait?
So on that front, if they are kind of actively in the office, and there's no one else actively kind of coming in, you could potentially get them comfortable, and then any other treatment would be you'd need to leave for the local doc.
Sure. Got it. I think that's the only thing that occurred to me
and
at the moment.
Ideally, not something you'll have to do a lot of, just because we can't the state doesn't kind of cover medical supplies for trainees at this point.
Of course.
I often, many of us will just try and give you a stipend kind of through a given shift. But once you get certified, the state does kind of give you a regular stipend, and also lets you regularly refill your medical kit to the point where you won't have to keep purchasing kind of another group of supplies. You just kind of fill it up as you go.
Dr. Sloan, I think, made mention of that.
Mm-hmm. Well, great. Alrighty, well, let's go see if we've got anything coming in.
Sure. What the hell back on?
And Mr. Moody, this is Emmett, one of our medics.
Howdy, sir.
This is Robert Moody, our newest trainee.
Nice to meet you.
Has he been informed on protocol, sir?
The basics, but anything you'd like to go over.
Here, take a
please
walk
feel
with me
free.
for a second, sir.
Of course.
Now, I know that McNamara gave you the basics, but you also need to know he is a senior, and he won't accept this. So maybe avoid doing it to McNamara, but all other seniors, you have to salute when you see them. It's just,
I see.
It's just basic respect. Got to make sure that you're giving it, especially while you're training. Just make sure to give them a nice sharp salute.
Well, we'll see if the old forgetter remembers, but I will do my best.
Well, I hope you all forget to remember us, because there are severe and dire consequences.
You're He mentioned you were kind of a senior in terms of counseling. Does that include you?
No, because I'm not officially a senior.
I see. Okay.
But if the day comes, then yes, I would demand my due respect. Look, man, I'm messing with you. That's what McNamara told me when I started. The seniors hate it. So every now and again, if you want to mess around with seniors, just give them a salute. They hate it so much, but deep down, they love it.
I understand. I understand. That, I could see that being amusing.
They hate it. But look, seriously, man, it's great to have you training. If you have any questions, if you need anything at all, you come talk to me or anybody. You are in a grand position. So this is the best team in the crossing.
I'm glad. I've had the pleasure of meeting Dr. Margot already and being under his watchful eye, as well as under Dr. Gray as well. She operated on my shoulder some time ago.
No, Dr. Gray is great.
Yes, she does fine work. I can write with my right hand after 20 years of not being able to do so.
Well, you're gonna need that right hand to write with, because we do a lot of paperwork.
Well, comes with the territory, I suppose.
So, do you have any medical knowledge or experience, or anything like that?
Well, my wife, who's now deceased from the Russian flu a few years back, was a nurse for a number of years. So I have some first-hand experience simply from being around her. I have some of my own experience from patching up myself and random others, both in the past and actually even once I arrived here. There's one day I can remember while I was in the crossing that I helped 2 separate individuals up from being kicked or otherwise bucked by horses. So it's seemed to be a sign, one might say, to at least appeal in this direction and see what the medical department might be able to give me in terms of experiences, I suppose.
Well, I promise you, you will have a lot of experiences here. I've been with the team for 2 months. It's the best thing I've ever did in my life.
Oh, good to know. Good to know.
Yeah, man. So, I hope you get some good training in tonight.
As well. And we'll see, I suppose.
All right. Well, I didn't want to mess with you too hard. I feel bad with the whole saluting thing, but that's McNamara did it to me, so just trying to spread the love. But I'm gonna be a little nicer than him and say just do it to piss him off, if anything. If I say salute, then just do it because I know it'll piss the person off.
for sure.
But look, we're all good friends, man. We're a big family more than anything else. So. Welcome to it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it very much.
Yeah, man. Come on.
You're like, oh, that's a lot of change.
I keep to myself mostly, so I guess I don't see it.
Bye, Blanche. Love you.
Yeah.
I love you. Thank you, guys.
No, but it's like growth.
Pardon me,
It's like
ladies.
good growth.
Well,
I remember the time when the transit authority didn't even have any security, so you couldn't really do anything. Basically, just a victim.
things are a lot better than they were for the transit authority.
Yeah. Also, hi, pretty lady. Look how pretty lady. So pretty. And I love what you have going on. So pretty. You're like a blossom in a roof. I like it. Well, I appreciate you, even though I just met you today. But I always appreciate lovely ladies. So. You're welcome. Anytime. Thank you. Yeah, I love blossom trees, so I thought I'd become a blossom tree.
I love the color too. It looks great.
Yeah, I like the yellow.
Oh, thank you.
Is that turquoise?
It is.
Like
yeah.
the tie?
It is. Yeah.
Ah, I like it.
I enjoy palettes as
pop.
well.
Yeah, like pop.
Yeah. I like to work toward clashing. It works.
You know, it's interesting. It's very hard to find a good tie.
The visual vein chart.
Yeah. Yeah.
Believe me, I know.
Yeah. Either you have to match like at least 3 different colors, but if you want to have it like just pop out a little bit, that looks good.
I was gonna ask you, man. One day, I know you're no longer a tailor, but I'd like your advice on a palette one day. You know, I'm always looking for new color. New schemes. Hell yeah.
Is everyone asleep? What's going on with the crossing?
Have Fletcher and
Well,
Grim
I could say
checked
the
in
magic
yet?
word.
No.
you
Well,
want me to
we've
say
said
the
it a
magic
couple
word?
of times.
They have
Okay.
not.
1 second. Yeah, no, they've said it a couple times today.
In fact, now that you mention that, Constance, I might go shoot a telegram over to Prim just to make sure they're all right.
Yeah, I'll walk with you there.
All right.
Oh,
Multiple people hurt in Valentine. Probably should have.
Well, then let's go.
3 different telegrams. Oh, wait, yeah, I'll put us as responding.
Oh Valentine, it is the shittiest of shitty places.
Oh, I hate Valentine so much.
That's why it's called the Shitville,
And we got 3 telegrams.
what are you talking about? It's the heart
About
of
the
the
same
crossing.
incident?
and
Yeah.
it's the heart of the crossing.
Okay.
Yippee ki yay! Whoop whoop!
What Connor's checking us in?
Have fun, be safe.
The trainee.
Go save lives.
Come on, trainee,
Yeah,
let's
yeah.
go.
Yeah, I would go with them.
We got Connor.
All right. Well,
Y'all stay safe.
You too, Emmett.
Emmett, be well. Thank you, sir.
Will do.
Lamb walk with you.
Yeah, we got a telegram from Big Jib, and then an anonymous telegram, and then another telegram, I think from the deputy saying multiple down.
All right. Well, we'll see what we got when we get there. So, Blanche, would you mind just kind of briefing Moody on some of the basics of kind of when you're first approaching a patient, initial assessment and triage?
I definitely would, but I'm so sorry. I'm gonna need to really concentrate before we get to Valentine.
Yep, understood. Okay. Silas, you want to take it or you want to get there?
I'm already. Stop breaking my concentration. Try to think my thoughts.
Okay. Well, when we get there, the goal will be trying to make sure, especially since we have 3 people, we can ideally get to multiple patients at the same time. So the big thing is making sure that we are getting the patients who are the most injured stabilized first. If there is somebody that's kind of more walking wounded, they can potentially wait, unless we're able to designate personnel for them. So the goal is make sure we're checking pulses and vitals to get an idea of their current state, and then we can work on getting wounds packed and kind of addressing them as we go through.
Certainly.
So we'll see, I guess, how many patients we've got when we get there, divvy them up, and you're happy to support whoever might need another set of hands.
Sure, sure. We're going to see how this goes. Nice to be inside this carriage for once.
Based on your background and kind of what you've learned, are you familiar with basic first aid?
Yes, sir.
So, have you done any suturing or anything like that in the past?
A bit of amateur suturing, I would say. My wife would probably be spinning in her grave if she'd ever seen it, but it's held at least on myself. But
The goal is, first make sure it holds, but we'll get it to the point where you're not leaving too many scars and doing some detailed work in the future. One of the tips had mentioned somebody had fallen off a horse. I think potentially some blurry vision or might hit their head. So in that case, it's something where if they're up and talking, we can do kind of a little concussion eval for them. Make sure we keep the pain in check. The main thing we want to rule out is damage to the spine or skull.
Sure.
And specifically, any potential for a brain bleed if there has been blunt force trauma to the head. Outside of that, it's Valentine. Probably going to expect some form of trauma. Potentially shot or stabbing, but I don't think that there was much detail to the other telegrams other than just multiple patients. So we'll
Certainly.
we'll see what we get.
You want me to drop any of you by the telegram station or straight into town?
Let's just head straight in.
Next on scene.
Pardon me?
Up in the mine?
I never said nobody was up in a mine.
Oh,
Yes.
my mistake.
Okay, what do we got?
Is you a doctor?
No.
I believe.
Okay.
I just came in here because I'm very.
All right.
Ooh, it's
not sure if you can hear me,
rattlesnake.
sir. My
Thank
name's Connor McNamara. Let's take a look here.
All right, doctors
Excuse
are here.
me.
You'll be fine.
Trevor, you alright?
Fell off my horse and hit a rock. My arm kind of hurt. So
Okay, so you're not serious. You're not seriously injured.
no, I can wait. Get them first.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'll just be outside, Jeb. There's doctors
Alright.
here, and so they'll look at you.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
Oof.
All right, I'm going to get him rolled over so we can kind of get a look at the wounds here. Just going to see if we can get him a little bit more comfortable while we're working on him.
Sure.
If you can grab the gauze from the counter there. We're going to be holding pressure.
Yep,
Once
that's
we've
good.
got a look at these two. Yep, there we go.
What happened?
All right, 2 stab wounds. I will start working on one if you can hold pressure on the other, and just pack it with as much gauze as you can after we get it irrigated with some lavender water.
Yep.
Certainly, doctor.
Yep. I'm just trying to there we go.
What exactly happened here, if you don't mind me asking?
All right. Okay. I don't know if you can hear me, sir, but you're not doing too bad. I'm gonna give you a little bit of
Okay.
stitches. I'm gonna clean you right up.
God damn. I make this shit up. Do we know what happened over here? Anyone around here?
Yeah, apparently a fella to my right, he got
Thank you.
stabbed a couple times, and the fella over behind the counter, he got shot in the neck, and then the fella there to my left, I think he got shot in the arm or something, and he just walked in and passed out, so. And then I fell off my horse and hit a rock.
Right, so you're completely unrelated
All
to these
right,
folk?
Robert, if you don't
Mhm.
mind,
Gotcha.
get a little bit of
Okay.
gauze kind of up into that wound so we can kind of slow
you're
some
right,
of that
sir.
bleeding.
Sure. I know it hurts like hell.
Gonna pack this one, and then I'd like to get an IV on so we can get some fluids for him. Pulse is weak, so we're gonna try and get medication on board to help get that
Thank you, Constable.
improved. Ideally, we'll use some quercetin. Can really help stave off shock and get the pulse up a little bit.
All right, sir. I'm
And
gonna
we'll
give
go
you
from
a
there.
little bit of some grapeseed oil. You're not allergic, are you? I'm gonna test it out.
You think they gonna live, Darius? I hope so.
The freaking Valentine office. Oh, damn. Frog. Oh, I wonder how they made it overnight. So, these are the people that Hades
you two, related to these folk?
dealt with last night.
That's my brother right there.
Like, single-handedly dealt with.
Right.
All right, so hopefully we can get an IV started and get some good fluids on board.
Yeah, I'm like a pawn in a chess game.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. What the hell?
All right,
Yeah.
that's a little. That'll help you with this pain.
Pawn in a
man.
chess game.
I know you're not all
Is
there with
he your
me,
brother
but
too, or are you just...
No.
it's gonna make the stitching a lot less fucking weird, man. It's weird as hell to have a needle through your skin.
Yeah.
You know, have them,
Yeah, Samuel right.
clean the bathroom.
Okay, I'm sorry if you are not currently in here injured or
Yeah.
trading. Please
Go ahead
leave.
and exit, please, if you have no business in here.
But I got business in there. My brother's dying right here.
I
gotta-
understand.
He's not.
Beanie,
I'm
allow
trading
the
him.
medics
It's
to
just
work.
very quiet. It's very loud, and I need quiet, please.
Sure.
Go and wait outside, please. Damn, are you a medic? Okay. Jane, come here.
I know, man. It's super weird. It's just a needle, though. All right. Damn, I'm good.
Freaking Silas is so funny.
All right, now this is just gonna help with the fucking severe itch of these things.
Also in good mood.
All right, I'm having a hard time trying to vein, so I'm going to ask one of the local nurses to get working on that. I do want to get some quercetin on board for him, though.
Sure.
Yeah, it would be a little hard. We'll have them start working on it, but lost some blood, so it's a little less
All right,
easy to get to here.
you all good, sir? If you wake up, and feel good to go, I can help you stand up.
Connor, what's the room look like?
All right.
Do you need my hands or no?
I'm
If
good here.
you
Thank you,
wouldn't mind, I've got 2 stab wounds where nurses get an IV access, and then
right.
should hopefully be
I'm gonna
bleeding
help you
closed
up,
up.
okay?
Not seeing any
All right.
arterial bleeding at this point.
And a one, and a two,
But should be able to get
and
this
you know what to
sorted.
do.
Alright, are there any other... Sir, have you been... Thank
No, I fell off my horse and hit a rock. So my arm kind of hurting. So
All right. And Moody, if you don't mind just keeping an eye on his pulse,
Okay.
make sure that hopefully we'll get a little bit of a response to the quercetin.
Certainly.
Yeah, it kind of hurt.
Seems like he's becoming a bit more steady.
Good. So depending on the location of the wound, sometimes we'll deal with some vascular damage, but can also damage some of the underlying organs. So we need to make sure that, one, there's no debris or any retained metal for kind of closing anything back up. And we perform any repairs that we need to before getting this closed.
Sure.
But this one's looking pretty good, so I think looking like we should be able to perform a closure here, and then we'll get to that next one.
All right, thank you.
All right. Get to that next one. While I'm taking a look here, do you mind seeing if there's any identifying information, ID, etching on anything that might give us an idea of his...
Sure.
Perfect.
I'm not finding anything, Doctor.
Okay. Just always helps if we can tell, but
Sure.
we'll make sure we just do some allergy testing since we won't be able to compare that to a file.
Darius walked back in.
Is he stable to be moved?
Okay. Looking okay here. I think we can get that close too.
Spiral stitch. So we got one doctor over there doing stuff.
So we'll generally use cocaine paste to help numb some of the skin, and since the area's going to hurt a little bit when he wakes up, if we can, I'd like to put a little bit kind of around there, mix it in with a little bit of an herbal salve just to help give him a little bit of relief, and then we get this kind of wrapped up and bandaged.
Sure. Dr. Gray tried that on me when she was doing her surgery.
All right. Do you mind double checking that pulse?
Sure.
There should be one out on the porch.
Is there?
Yeah. That's great.
Just hold me steady, Doctor.
Perfect.
So we're gonna take a walk to the cells.
We'll tend to use grapeseed extract, which is a pretty strong pain blocker, but sometimes we get some allergies, so...
I'm gonna go and step outside, please.
Hello, sir. We're gonna get something on board for pain for you in just a second.
Sure.
Where the fuck am I?
You're in Valentine. It is safe in the medical
everybody,
office.
I will kill this doctor right here.
There it is.
Nobody make
Alright.
any moves.
This does not need to get ugly here.
Face away from me, feller.
What happened to me? I'm in
Face
a lot of
away.
fucking pain.
You were stabbed.
Take
I'm
your
gonna
friend
get
and go.
something on board for pain in
Take your
just
friend
a
and go.
second, but-
Alright.
Listen,
Take your friend and go.
Alright.
You
what
do that
about
right
the
now.
feller to my right?
All of
How's
them.
he
Take him and
looking?
go.
He is stable. He's in a lot of pain, and it's difficult to treat him with guns drawn.
Okay.
Listen, these folk need to work on these people. Froggy is wanted
Okay.
for 1,000 days. Now I'm willing to let you guys go if you let the medics go. They are uninvolved here. They just want to help.
Sure.
So you put your guns down and you fucking leave with Froggy.
Drake, how you feeling?
Like I was trampled on by 7 grizzly bears.
Yeah.
My back is hurting.
Okay. Froggy, walk out the door.
Let that medic go.
I will, as soon as he's out.
No, now. You have my word, you'll go
He's
free.
gone. All right. Drake, it's the best we can do. You hang in there. We're gonna go now.
Get the fuck out of my town.
Let's go.
Alright, let's move
Get
to
in my
the
town
back
before
so we can
Calvary
face the try
arrive.
again. Easier to defend than here, there's too many women.
Yo, this is Froggy. Go and get him. Yeah, this is Froggy right here and his entire group.
No, it's
Are we able to move him?
All right, we're gonna get you somewhere a little safe with the IV. Just make sure you're nice and stable. I just need to make sure we're not seeing any type of skin reaction here, so I can get the grapeseed on board. If not, we'll figure out another medication. Okay?
Alright, sounds good.
A small little pinch here.
Is everyone okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
The person on the ground, I think, is.
All right, this is gonna kick in really quickly. I feel a little bit of tingling, but it's really gonna do a nice job helping get that under control. Okay?
Oh,
Emerson, should you really be on duty?
All right.
they asked me.
No.
I can just watch over.
Okay. If you can, we're gonna get you just carefully into the back where you'll be safe, and we'll be able to get things. Just make sure you're doing well. Okay?
Dan, you should.
All right. So we're gonna lift you up here on 3. We'll go nice and slow. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Are you alright?
Hey, couch back here. We can get you
all right.
a bit more comfortable.
All right.
And down you go, filler.
Yep.
Yeah, it was.
All right.
Okay. So we'll just get this IV hung here. Does seem like you'd lost some blood. Fortunately, you're nice and stable now. But we want to get some more fluids in here if we can, okay?
Yeah. How much blood do you think I lost? I'm very fucking dizzy. At least the pain is subsiding.
Glad the pain's getting better. The fluids are going to help kind of as a little bit of a bolus, but you had a pretty big pool of blood underneath you. Let me double check to see if it's something we might need a actual transfusion for, or if this is something you might be able to recover from on your own.
Doctor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Did he have weapons removed?
I'm not sure if he had been searched beforehand.
Has this man been conscious at all?
Yes.
Okay, yes. You conscious right now, pal? Can you hear me? I don't know your name.
Yeah.
All right. What's your name?
Danny.
Danny. Okay.
Danny Marigold.
He didn't see any identifying information on him. Just trying to see if we could access any previous medical records. But
okay. Yeah. Don't want to interrupt you too much. I just want to make sure that everybody here is safe. So,
Yes.
Danny, I'm gonna search you for weapons. Okay.
Yes.
Sure thing.
I just need you to stick your arms out for me for a moment.
Sure.
Like one of these.
There you go. Thanks.
Feeling a whole lot better.
Thank you.
There's the goal, sir.
I'm gonna hold on to this for now, okay?
Sure.
Until I figure out exactly who you are and what you're doing here.
I'm not sure what I'm doing here, to be honest with you, other than getting help by a doctor.
Seems like you need it. You can,
so you can go ahead and have a seat. Do you remember what the last thing you can remember was before waking up here?
All I remember is that somebody was behind me.
Surprised you haven't asked about
I felt a sharp pain in my lower back.
Your facial hair.
And everything else was dark.
Yeah. It does look like you were
you all the
probably
same.
stabbed twice in the back. We managed to get everything closed up, and it doesn't look like there was any underlying damage, but it is something where we'll want to have you take it slow for a little bit while we let you rest up and heal. The dose of the medication that we give you normally will kind of stay in your system for a while. It's a good pain blocker, but we'll probably start to wear off tomorrow, so we can make sure we get something else for you when you start feeling it again. Okay.
Is it like a prescription?
So because it's injected, it's something where it's kind of hard for us to give you something that kind of leaves the office, but I can get you some phenacetin tablets that can kind of help buy time, but it's something where normally we need to be able to dose that in the office itself. But I'll make sure you have tablets with you before you go to help keep things in check if it does start to wear off a bit.
All right.
Okay.
Thank
What
you.
questions do you have for me?
Is it gonna get infected, my wounds?
So we rinsed it out pretty well with lavender water. I didn't see any debris, but any wound does have a small risk of infection, so it is something to look out for. If it starts feeling kind of red, or you get any type of discharge, sometimes a little bit of itchiness is normal, but if it starts getting pretty itchy, make sure you get it. Somebody has a look at it. But the sutures I used will break down over time, so it's not something where you necessarily have to have them come in and get removed. But if they're bothersome as the skin's closing up, we can definitely take them out.
Okay. And if there's discharge or anything like that, would you recommend that I come down and see a doctor?
I would. So it's something where we just want to make sure that we're not seeing any type of fluid buildup. If it does, we can kind of open it up and wash it out. but it's something where sometimes we can just, the salve that I use normally will help prevent infections. So ideally, it's not something you'll run into, but any concerns, you just let us know, and we'll take a look, and we can get it cleaned up if you need it. Okay?
Sounds good to me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely.
Seems like I wasn't in good shape.
You were really not. So I'm just glad we're talking at this point. But
Right.
hopefully nothing you go through like this again. Okay?
Hopefully
But,
not.
If you do run into issues with it, medics are kind of generally roaming around. So if you just send a message into our tip line, we'll get it sorted for you. Okay?
Will do if any issues arise. I'll definitely make sure to do that.
Perfect. Okay. Should be stable and all set on my end.
All right. Danny, I'm gonna ask you to stand up. I'm gonna place you in custody.
Why?
Robert,
oh.
I didn't do anything wrong.
You did great. I'm
That
sorry
remains
that
to be
your
seen today, but,
first
I'm aware of something you did wrong.
incident
another day.
ended up kind of having people
So,
draw guns.
go
Are you
ahead
doing
and-
okay?
Well,
Go ahead and turn around. I'll explain it to you
Not
when you're
my first time
in a room
around
full of
firearms.
doctors who probably don't
Hardly
want to hear
the
this
first
about
time
you.
they've been pointed at me.
You
either.
don't want to hear this about
I'm
you
doing
anyway.
just fine.
Okay, good. Any questions
Go ahead and
about
start walking out.
anything there?
Thank you.
Not
hello.
not at the moment. I'm sure repetition will point out a thing or two that I'm curious about, but I think I'm good for the moment.
Okay. We'll normally try and use quercetin to help stabilize vitals, stave off shock.
Right.
Not many people are going to be allergic to it, and I think Dr. Trix has said in the past,
Take a walk about the room, make sure
kind of as a joke, that if anybody is allergic to it, it means God doesn't want them to live. So most people respond to it very well.
Goodness.
I've arrived at a very interesting.
Mhm.
Who is saying God doesn't want people to leave?
Wasn't that you? If somebody has an allergy to quercetin,
Yeah. If somebody does, yeah, if you're allergic to quercetin, that is nature's way of saying come home.
But also, not sure if you've ever met her in the past, Robert, but this is Dr. Trix, one of our senior doctors and the absolute best. Dr. Trix, this is our newest trainee, Robert Moody.
Oh,
Nice to
hello.
meet you.
It's very nice to meet you. I see you are getting the proper Valentine welcome.
So it would seem. I've avoided this town since I moved back here, but well, if you're doing, I guess, our line of work, you wind up here at some point anyway, so might as well start now.
Oh, yes.
Trini, thank you for the follow.
Well, welcome to the trainee program. And
thank you. It's nice to be
he
here.
is being very generous. I'm just one among all the others who are fantastic.
No, she's the absolute best and needs to be saluted at all times.
No, she does not. Do not listen to that. No, do not treat. No.
I suppose so.
Fine work.
Anyway.
You should thank Dr. Silas for briefing me.
I saw him rushing it. Yeah, Bella in particular, it's always a joy. But yeah, generally, make sure we're checking vitals. Goes down on board if there's something kind of a little low. You can also use strawberry extract, which some people do have allergies to, not as many, but it's worth doing a little skin test for. It will help increase blood flow and blood production. So you don't want to do that if there's an arterial bleed or significant heavy bleeding, but if their pulse is low, it can be a nice option to help get that to improve. And then the big thing is making sure we're getting fluids on board. If they've lost a lot of blood, we can reach out to see if we can get a local blood donor in. We have a list of people who've been kind of tested to see if they're likely donors, so we can get in to get a transfusion going. We'll show you more about that later. And then the big thing is if there is an arterial bleed, we get vessel clamps on, perform a repair of the actual artery itself, and then repair any underlying organ damage, depending on what we're running into, muscle damage, and then close up the skin.
All right.
And then if it was something where he hadn't woken up, he can be transferred to overnight care here under the local staff,
I'm going
or
out.
can potentially kind of leave on their own recognizance, or actually be handed off to law in an incident like this. Sure. Let's see. Sounds you doing okay? All right. Let's see.
All right. We're getting to Armadillo, ladies and gentlemen.
We head now.
Did anyone want to go to Armadillo?
All right. Let's see. Guess we're heading west.
I suppose so.
I think they got a wagon out back.
Well, Dan, I think, you can read it up. Yeah, there's probably a whole list of things that I've done. I think I've done some good.
Okay. Armadillo.
Okay. Moody, hop aboard if you'd like to come with us.
Hold on.
We're going to Armadillo.
I didn't know we were taking this one.
We came in on this. Is everyone coming?
Yep.
I guess.
Right, hold on. We
Poor
need a ballet.
Constance.
I mean, some people can ride with Constance to Armadillo.
Hold on a minute. Everyone get off the bloody wagon. Go get on Constance's wagon. I'm going to tell the nurses to take this one away.
All right. Everyone just be quick.
Bless
quick.
her heart.
Just do it quick.
She's got... This is her role.
Constance, we're going to Armadillo. Armadillo.
Shotgun.
Nope.
God damn it.
All right. Let's get moving.
I didn't realise everyone was coming with us. So I just said, "Count bloody Constance's coach."
Yeah, I wasn't
no one
expecting
wants to be in
everyone to agree to go to
Valentine. It's time to
Armadillo.
go.
Right, this gets like
Oh.
what? 9 people.
Find out, they
getting
might
out
not
of
see
here.
us.
Should we start counting?
1,
3.
Wait, what?
7.
Oh.
I hate all of you.
Why are we counting?
This is so essentially, if we all have to dismount, we all have a number. So that way, if
We're
we
leaving somewhere, we can
rebound.
make sure we got everybody.
Yeah, so people
Okay.
are chaotic little gremlins and will call out not just the numbers in order like sane human beings, but they'll just call out any number.
No, I'm just always 3.
I want to be 27.
So do I. That's about
my
5 years too late.
Oh,
27th is my birthday.
it's a good birthday.
It is
Mine's on the 20th though.
I suppose y'all can just give me either the last one or the first one since I'm inside.
It doesn't matter.
All right, let's start from the beginning and let's just find out how many people we got. All right, 1,
2,
3.
5,
6,
7,
8.
9.
Wait, I didn't know you were 4 though.
I didn't
We
hear 6.
definitely had a 4.
We definitely had a 6.
Oh,
Do we have a 10?
No, we don't have 10. Which
No, you're right.
Wrong.
Nope, it's everyone.
Also,
Wait.
for those who haven't been able to meet him, inside the wagon is Robert Moody, our newest trainee.
I
Who's
was
Howdy,
curious who
folks.
were abducted.
hello. Lovely to meet.
Great day of training, Moody?
Yes, I would say so.
Very
Well.
educational.
For anyone wondering why Armadillo, we've begun raising money for the Anti-Venom Relief Fund. To have anti-venom in Armadillo, we need to dig out essentially a cool box, and we need to dig deep into the sand to have a spot cool enough. Because anti-venom requires to be kept at a certain temperature. It doesn't stay potent for very long. So we've begun raising money for that, and we're going to go and scout out a very good spot for it. Why do I feel vibrating from one side of the coach? What's going on over there? Am I on a rat? Okay. I think there's just a very excited Becker over there.
Check one of the
I'm
wheels.
so excited. Anti-venom and Armadillo.
And as part of this, maybe Ms. Becker can give us a little lesson in treating snake bites.
Oh goodness, okay.
And Becker, stop hopping on the little foot stand. It's gonna wobble the
Oh,
wagon.
okay, if you insist.
I do.
Fair. Yes, ma'am.
The current target for money raising is $4,000. We raised, I think, about 500 yesterday selling mystery boxes from the barbecue. basically all of her leftovers got boxed up into 4 boxes. We stood in the middle of rows and we just auctioned them off. Somebody
Not a bad
paid
idea.
$50 for a whole lot of ropes.
A whole lot of what?
Ropes.
Ropes. Oh. Well. I thought you meant it was food.
There was some food too. There was a lot of alcohol. But yes, we raised about $500, and the plan is to organize another auction with items from the medic. These would be things you have, things you make. And that'll be another way that we raise some money for down there. If we do raise in excess of the $4,000, we'll be looking at getting some more equipment out to Tumbleweed medical tents. Which will be very nice for out there. The Sheriff's Office recently have been making a big push to have more deputies out west. And I think it's very important that we equally provide coverage out there a little more. Fletcher had a wonderful experience out there this week. Fletcher, you want to talk about that?
So there is a family who resides out in Tumbleweed. I believe, if I recall correctly, they are the Goods, spelled Goode. They were very warmly surprised to run into myself while I was performing a medical supply run to the area. We ended up chatting, sharing some ice cold lemonade and a couple of jam tarts here and there. And just to keep everyone in the loop, they appear to have ailing parents. They have not been formally diagnosed, but they have reported some of the symptoms include what honestly sounds like arthritis, quite severe. However, I have ensured that they have our contact information readily available, that if they ever require us. But if any of you are ever on a quieter shift, or you're just bored out of your skull, then a visit to Tumbleweed and potentially the Good family. You're looking at having a chat with any of the Goods present. If you give me a moment, I noted down their names just in
Probably
case.
Marshall and Cole or Colt. I can't remember the boys. Last I knew them, they were knee high, but
I do believe you're bang on with that. It was, I remember noting down, we had Marshall, like you mentioned. I do believe Marshall was one of you, it was quite a older, one of the older brothers. There was Jimmy, Cole, Opal, Marshall, Ruby, and Gemma.
And also, if you are out there and you're doing a full patrol, you can go on out to Gaptooth Mine and see how the miners are doing. Just be wary of the dynamite that is in that cave. And obviously, if they ain't in the mood to see you, then just like in Asburg, give them space and leave them alone.
And it goes without saying, the West is, well, the West is the West. It has a reputation. If you do not feel safe going out there, if you are feeling, if this is churning your stomach, please understand you do not have to. Obviously, if it's going to make you feel uncomfortable, but
Just like if you don't like Saint Denis or strawberry.
Yeah, just like if you don't like Saint Denis or strawberry. We're not going to give you endless amounts of grief for it. Obviously, it's personal preference. We want you all to feel safe doing your work, and if you don't want to head out there, you do not need to head out there, all right?
All right.
Alrighty.
But on that note, just for some additional information, the Sheriff of Armadillo is Sheriff Dan Lim, the Sheriff of Tumbleweed is Sheriff Sylvie Chevalier, and the new Sheriff of Blackwater is also Sheriff Cameron.
Why the heck was Dan Lynn and
In the
Valentine?
department, which is everyone, I believe, except for Costas. We do have a meeting tomorrow, a big department meeting down on Flatiron Lake by the fishing house. It's about halfway between Bars Crossing and Rhodes. I believe it's at 4 o'clock. Can someone correct me? Am I wrong?
Yep. No, you're right.
Well, I won't be there.
I'm right. I love when I'm right. So yeah, 4 o'clock New York time. Head on down. I think the meeting is scheduled for about 45 minutes to an hour tops. You shouldn't be on duty for that time because we won't be looking at any tip lines or responding to anything. It should be a nice time for a meet and greet. If you can't make it, just make a note. I believe there is a meeting file. Just put your name in there and we'll make sure that you get a copy of what's discussed, or if there's something really urgent, a senior will reach out so we can talk to you about it. Also, hi medical family. It's really good to see you.
It's a pleasure to see you as well.
How are things in Valentine before we vacated the premises?
Shitty.
Valentine.
Oh my goodness, y'all.
No, I got a gun put in my head. It sucked.
Yeah, what happened? The deputy said something about it. Emerson.
So there was everyone in there was wanted. One was wanted for a lot of time, and I recognized him anyway. And he got, to his feet, and his friends came in, even though he said only the patient that had left was to come back in. And then they held everyone at gunpoint to get Froggy out of the medical office.
I think that fella stole a Lancaster from me a couple months ago.
But that's not the first time that I've had a gun pointed at my head because of Froggy and his friends, so that's why I recognized him. Yeah, they came to, oh goodness, they came to...
Alright, guns away, y'all.
I know, sorry. They came to Pronghorn, and they were one of the ones that were harassing, because he was with the Rude Boys back then.
Additional announcement that everybody here already knows, but congratulations to Nurse Martin.
Thank you.
Certified today. I was going to say certified, and I realized that wasn't a word.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Just to throw it out there, now that I'm thinking about it, no, it's just reminded me. Obviously, some folks are looking to get their, essentially working their way up, or trying to get their doctorate, or essentially certified to be a doctor. If you are looking to do that, Joshua and I had a bit of a chinwag. He's got some things going on lately, and he's going to be a bit preoccupied, so I'm going to give him a helping hand. So if you would like to learn a couple of things here and there, I'm sure either myself, who can give you what I would like to call the dirt basics, or if you would like knowledge that is wide in scope, I'm sure Connor can provide his absolutely fabulous insight, and we can provide and help get that information in your hands, ready to be used, and ideally you can be in a confident position to perform any procedures that we can train you in.
You can also, of course, always have out-of-state classes. We have good partnerships with universities.
You could,
So,
or you can
you
stay
can always
here,
raise that.
But hopefully going to be able to get a cadaver class sorted for Becker soon, and we can do that for anybody else that would be interested for doing some procedure work.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, please. If anybody is interested in jumping in, love to have you there.
Always.
I'll probably put something in the bulletin in a minute, just so folks are aware. Because I know there are plenty of folks who are interested in it, or at least want to be working towards that.
Where in town should I stop the wagon?
Round the back of the
Wherever
medical
you
office,
like.
just by
We
the
own this town now.
I mean, do we?
Biggest
God.
gang in the crossing.
Meta gang.
Right. Before we all get too comfortable, we'll check with Tim.
Okay.
Just in case. I'm going to run check with Tim. Bye.
Okay.
Ow.
All this behind you.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
gonna
great.
check my telegrams real quick.
Yeah, I'm going to telegram Isabella.
Talk to Marco.
telegrams
And,
as
I know
well.
you'd already talked to Fletcher, but we can get something sorted for, was it organ removal and amputation you wanted to go over?
Yes, primarily. Just discussing organ removal for most of the organs, if possible. I do know how to remove some, but we can cover that, once we get there.
Yeah, the practical one I did that Margot had recommended for me was kidney, because you're both dealing with a lot of vasculature, and then the ureter that you need to be able to ligate so that it'll just be kind of running. They'll have the one running with the other one closed off, so it's a good one to work on.
Sure.
And we can kind of talk about some others, and we could probably also kind of line up doing an amputation on the cadaver at the same time. Kind of talking through that if you want, and also,
Yeah,
sure
that would
Fletcher's
be.
already taken point, but I'd be happy to help out if I can.
Oh, that would be amazing. Yes, I have at least seen a kidney removal before. I do have notes on how to do it. So I'd be more than happy to walk through that once given the chance. But
yeah, if you want to just
to
run through it as the practical, we can mark that off for you for Feinberg, and then anything else you'd want to kind of go through, we can handle that too.
Yeah, I was just talking to Margot about Feinberg, so
fantastic.
Yeah, I wanna push forward.
Okay. It's something where we can potentially send a letter in, or if you'd like to. But just let us know, and we can kind of take it from there.
Yeah, I'll draft something up.
I'm gonna go do that
I
real
might kind of pick your brain about
Alright.
what exactly to say to
Been in
them,
the
but
medical office
I'll
here?
draft something up.
Yep.
So I actually just, I think, told Margot I wanted to, and he did it.
Okay,
So
well,
I
I
just
want
ended
to.
up-
Will you do it?
Yeah, happy to.
All right.
I'll do a little bit of digging, but I'll reach out. I've been doing some, which I think both Margot and I have been doing some case reviews for them recently. So been in touch. I know the right people to yell at. So we'll get it sorted for you.
Appreciate it.
No, why is I don't like Fletcher running. I'll be right back.
I'm okay. Just a little,
Yeah.
little shook up.
It never gets easier. Certainly a surprise. Yes,
Cool.
I've also experienced gun points in Valentine. Oh. My apologies. I don't think I caught your name.
Oh, my name is Robert Norton Moody. Robert is fine, or
My name
Moody.
is Sheriff of Rose.
Sure. Okay.
We
Well,
have...
Robert, it's a pleasure to meet you. Medic Annalise Becker.
Yeah, nice to meet you as well.
Mhm.
I'm
Do you
going to
have
say
any-
this about every single person, but when I say it about Becca, it's true. She's the best.
You are very kind, Silas. But
No, I'm honest.
unfortunately, you are the best.
No. I can't say that about myself.
No.
No.
Robert, he makes the best coffee in the crossing. Okay.
Oh,
If you
does
need
he?
coffee, go to Silas.
You let me know. I try to stay stocked up. I'm a little light. I will need to get some before we, go off shift and everything. Because damn, man,
Mhm.
need to have that cup of finally.
Oh my God, yes.
Finally.
Yes, we do.
Back.
Especially after today.
Oh God. Yeah.
Good God. Robert, do you have any particular interests in joining medical? Do you have any particular aspirations?
Just to help people. My wife, who has now been gone now 5 or 6 years, she was a nurse for many years. Nursed me back to health after a injury in a shootout where I was temporarily deputized, and just been interested in helping folk ever since.
Oh, sure. Well, we're grateful to have your helping hands.
Glad to lend them for a while.
Yes, I do know that there's some particular departments within the Department of Health. Like Silas here, he's, I would say, one of the most efficient counselors in the state. He takes on a lot of different patients and talks to them through all sorts of things. But we've also got some herbology. We've also got some toxicology. We've got general surgery. All sorts of things. So I certainly hope that you can find yourself nice and comfortable and interested in exploring any project you wish.
I hope I can as well.
If you have any questions at all, I'm sure everybody in the medical department would be more than happy to assist. But
Sure.
If you need anything and see me, feel free to pull me aside and let me know.
Of course. Appreciate it very much.
Of course. I'm gonna go check the tip line, but I will be right back.
Sure.
Oh, good lord, it tickled me something fierce.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It was indeed. How are you finding your first few hours?
Oh, it's very interesting. That's for sure.
That's a very nice way to say it.
Very
Potentially rendering a
diplomatic.
bit of shock.
Kept his calm.
My wife used to say I had nerves of steel and didn't mind a bit of blood either. So.
Well, hopefully not something you have to see, much of that, but it does tend to.
Well, I mean, we're in the medical profession, I suppose blood is a relatively normal thing. I just meant the sight of it is not a frightening thing for me.
Blood, unfortunately, we do get a good amount of. Hopefully, less guns pointed, though.
Oh, certainly, certainly.
I don't know. That tends to add to the adrenaline of the situation.
Oh, fair. But
I'm joking. I'm joking. I hate it when people do that. I've had a situation once in Saint Denis where they pointed guns at me when they said, "Right, you're going to treat our friend." And I said, "Yeah, I will. You put the guns away. You grab his head. You grab his arms. You grab his legs. We're going to get him in the operating room. Come on, chop, chop." And they did.
And it worked.
Yeah, they kept the guns away while they were
Very
treating
nice.
me. They didn't point them at me. They pointed them at the deputies outside, which wasn't great, but you take what you can get, unfortunately.
I was going to say, I suppose it's not ideal, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah, you work with what you've got, unfortunately. Oh, good lord. But yes, my god, how many of us are currently here? It's at least...
we've got...
Eight?
We had, was it 9?
No,
Or is
yeah,
it 8?
9. It was nine
with
including Constance.
And she's effectively,
She might as well be medical. She's just medical escort. I mean, I say just,
So
no,
the,
she is the medical escort.
she's with the Transit Authority, and we're lucky when they're on hand for security and transport, and she's pretty much stapled to our side and keeping us safe. So always a good thing when she's around.
Sure.
Whenever we're on her wagon or she's guarding us, what she says goes. Medical shenanigans, that's obviously our domain. But if we're all on that wagon, or there's 2 of you on a wagon, and she says, "I don't want you hanging off the sides. I need you to climb inside. Unless you get motion sick, you get in the wagon." Nice and simple.
So we're some of y'all are seniors. She's I don't know, the Grand High Poobah or something.
Whenever we're traveling,
for security purposes, yes.
Yes, definitely.
But
security
nice,
purposes,
pilot.
anything Constance says goes.
At some point. Unintentionally.
What's fun is this is actually an older character
We
than
are the
Abdul.
champions.
Yeah, I just shelved him for a while because he
Are we
was
supposed to be
recovering.
digging for an icebox?
that is a great question. I don't know where Prim went.
I have no idea.
But yeah,
Try and track
fun
it
having
down.
you there.
Because does best. She can't stay still for too long. If there's one thing you learn about Medic Prim, well, pardon me, Senior Medic Prim, is she will just absolutely... If you want to get on her good side, if you arrive in a town and you're there longer than 10 minutes, suggest you go somewhere else, or say 20 minutes. Suggest you go somewhere else. Just keep traveling, because she hates staying in one place for too long.
Sure. I understand that.
Also, if it's a slow night, sometimes she will. She's organized herb hunting gatherings, but she'll basically drive by in a wagon and kidnap you to make you come along and get some herbs for the department. Which
Well, listen, if she'll teach me about it as she kidnaps, I suppose I can hardly try to charge her with anything.
is that something you're interested in?
Might as well learn.
So both Fletcher here and Medic Becker, who gone by earlier, are some of our and Peregrine are some of our herb experts, and they can teach you a lot. So we'll
I would say if you're looking for in-depth knowledge, and similar to what I mentioned on the coach, for example, I'm what I would call the a jack of all trades. I'm not particularly very in-depth with anything.
Sure.
But I can probably get away with it and do it. But,
A little
for
hard
example,
to be, I
Connor
would
here.
imagine.
Exactly. Connor here, meanwhile, if basically, if 2 of us get a lesson at once, I would go to his lesson, even if I was teaching a lesson, because this man knows his shit, and he'll explain it beautifully. Whilst I'm more of a, I'll teach you how to be able to do it. It's not going to be pretty, but you're going to be able to do it. Whilst Connor will teach you how to practically play the piano and absolutely just perform absolutely beautiful work. And similar with herbs, Annalise has gone incredibly in depth. She can probably tell you 100 different things about one plant, whilst I'm more of a, well, I ate it one time and this is what happened. And I've also experimented with tonics to a degree, whilst again that was with Annalise.
Certainly.
Peregrine actually wrote the book on herb location, so I'm still very much a novice at
We
that
found
type of thing.
Bella.
But
Bella is found.
oh, okay, I didn't realize
Bella
was
has
missing.
been recovered.
Fantastic.
They've recovered Bella.
All right, I guess we're forming up on.
Yeah, we'll head over there. I'm getting that paranoid feeling in a second.
We could be doing this right now.
Oh, it's a duel.
It's a sweetness duel.
I'll be Silas a second.
Oh.
Bella needs a second. It's a duel.
Connor, be my second.
Okay.
Can I get a hug?
Wait, who else wants hugs?
I'll
I
take
think
one.
somebody upstairs.
Oh, okay, you gotta come down here for hugs though.
All right.
Thank you, doctor.
Anytime. Love a hug.
What?
All right, everybody gather around. Oh, there we go.
All right.
Oh,
there we go.
yeah. Yeah, this is nice. This is nice. My name is Bud.
Nice, nice
Fletcher,
to
get
meet
over
you,
here and
Bud.
hug this man.
Hey, get over here. Come on.
I'm not
that's
feeling
all right.
very hugged.
Oh, that's all right. I'll just give you a little hug.
Oh boy.
Well, thank you.
What are you doing?
All right, goodbye.
All right.
Okay, goodbye.
All right. Good night, you guys.
Be well.
Good night, Blanche.
Thanks, you too.
Incredible.
And everyone, make sure that you do your paperwork, please. Thank you.
Oh, right, that. Okay, I'm gonna go
It's
be in the
okay.
office for a minute. I forgot.
I already started. Yeah, I already started the file.
All right, I'm gonna
Are
go.
we digging the hole
send
right in the middle of town?
these
Okay.
reminders about
I'm
tomorrow.
doing it.
Hmm?
Sorry, what?
Everybody has.
What are you saying?
I'm saying, are we digging the hole right in the middle of town?
Yes.
Good.
Diggy, diggy
I
hole.
hate this. Is the duel not happening?
I've got some bad news for you, because
Yeah, there is an official duel happening here in Armadillo.
Oh,
what?
shit. Where?
No, Keziah.
Oh,
You're
well,
joking.
That's right, this
It's
is a
happening
medical
right
office
now.
duel
It's a
between
niceness duel.
Silas Owsley and Bella Tree.
No, no.
Back to back, Bella.
Oh my god.
I
I'm
ain't feeling
sorry,
nuts
what?
sack.
Oh,
It will be 10 paces and then turn.
Keziah.
Dr. Fletcher, is it? I'm trying to remember. I've only really encountered 2 or maybe 3 of the good kids. So they all have that gray hair.
I do 5, you do 5, right?
Oh wait, do I
What?
stop now?
Good, the grey hair, good kids.
You guys
Yeah,
gonna be
the
standing up
family
on
out
the
in
other side of the road?
Tumbleweed.
Oh,
compliment.
beg pardon, sorry. I only met them
All right,
once,
Bella.
but I want to say
Get
yes,
ready.
but we'll say that's pending confirmation.
You are
Certainly,
one of the
certainly.
most thoughtful and kind people I've ever met in my entire life.
Like I
You're
said,
an
I've
incredible
known them a
mentor.
long
You're an
time.
incredible doctor, and every day you make my life better just by knowing you.
Though it's also been a long time since I've really seen them
Well,
other than
the
the other
only thing
day.
brighter than your clothes is your wonderful personality.
Where your knowledge and wisdom extends far beyond what I even understand, and I learn something from you no matter what you say.
I smile every time I see that you're on duty.
I think about how our friendship has grown, and it makes me feel so warm on the inside.
What the heck is this?
Okay,
Dr.
you might win.
Bellatrix. That's a
I
hit
hear-
to the heart.
You got me.
Oh.
Oh my.
Okay, now I have to administer medical attention.
Oh, this is like one of them drama clubs.
We appreciate you all witnessing this here medical duel today.
I was kind of hoping he'd fucking kill her.
Why
Oh,
would
he
you
did
hope
with
that?
kindness.
Because it's a duel. I want to
With
see some
kindness.
bloodshed, bullets fly, people screaming,
We'll
baby
go to
crying.
Valentine.
You
Right.
have to go to
Oh,
Valentine for
indeed,
that.
indeed.
Oh, that's true. Well, that was
Armadillo's a
nice either
nice
way.
town.
All right, you all be safe, please.
That is a very fine hat you have, by the way, sir.
Oh, thank you.
I'll be back.
Pick that up myself.
I'm going to check the tip line again.
Very nice. And Miss,
I can
I
hold
love the
bunches
color of
in
your shirt.
It's like,
Oh gosh, thank you.
You're very welcome. Owsley, do you have something to say? These very fine people.
Are we having a duel right now?
I can see that you have an eye for color, especially you on the right there. You, sir, your hat fits your head very well, and that scarf is very fetching.
oh, thank you.
That's that right? Thank you.
Is she Canadian?
That's right.
And ma'am, the poise in which you hold that cigarette is just so graceful and elegant. Makes me wish I could stand on a rock, stare out into the yonder, and know things.
It makes me want to smoke a cigarette, which is the greatest compliment I can provide.
Cigarettes, blind ass.
And they're good for you.
That's right.
That's right. And don't you forget it.
Bella, you got anything nice to see these very fine folks?
Well, the one on the left is a great hugger, and I'm sure the one on the right is as well. It's undiscovered
she's
at this
real good
point.
hugging.
Well, your warmth was very comforting.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
Oh, that's
I
so
like
nice, bud.
I like that little group hug there. It was nice.
We appreciate you joining in the group hug.
Yeah, of course. I'm glad you can provide it. Now, next time there's a duel, I want you to actually shoot people, though.
No.
I was ready.
No.
Unfortunately, most of us don't even own a gun, sir.
Oh, shoot. Couldn't do that. I like shooting coyotes too much.
That's funny.
They're
Hey,
good
Cobbles.
hunting.
I
Bad
see you
pests.
lurking.
No, they're just
I appreciate
fucking
you.
assholes.
That too.
I hate them.
I hate them too. They eat chickens.
That's right.
They
ain't
just eat
steal
the
my
chickens. They
clothes
just
and
tear
make
them
me
up.
Goddamn walk up the stream naked. Damn near bite my testicles off.
Oof.
Well,
Like
how
a goddamn group of scoundrels.
Oh.
So quickly.
Well, we wish you a very fine day. We're sorry we could not provide bloodshed. However, we are covered in enough blood without contributing to the fallings and failings of the crossing.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess if you get your fill.
Sir,
Y'all
if
have
I
a
may
good day.
recommend to you, a nice shade of blue would really highlight your skin tone.
You think so?
Robert, right?
Yes, it is.
Nice to meet you. I'm Senior Medic Priam.
Oh, good to meet you as well, ma'am.
They giving you a tour of the office and the tents?
No, they have not.
All right. Well, I did it again every time.
I
This
was
is our
gonna
office,
say, I think that's a barbershop in there, ma'am.
and this here is Connor. In this office,
Yes,
we
I
got the
met
seat
him.
and the two cops. It is a little busy when we get a lot of people in, so we also
Sure.
have out the back a couple of tents. Now, interestingly, the configuration down here is unique in that the telegram is not in the main office. It is actually back here in the tents. That's because the tents were established in Armadillo first, and the telegraph office wired them all up, and they refused to move it. So, when
Sure,
you
for the,
get your certification, this is where a tip line is.
Oh, very good, very good. Yep, because of the rebuilding, of course.
That's right. It's nice out here. I love Armadillo.
It grows on me every time I come.
Like me.
You grew on me at meeting.
Like a fungus, as I
Like
once
a
heard someone say. I'm probably gonna go back off. I wasn't even meant to be on duty today, and so far I've done an amputation, a serious stab wound. I forget what I was doing before that.
There's a clock in here. Boy, is it running fast. At least compared to regular world. That makes some sense, though.
Okay. So I was just trying to get a little bit of the documentation done for that encounter.
Sure, sure.
You'll kind of get the full view when you end up getting access to a clipboard. But for multiple downs, when they're dealing with 3 or more patients at the same time, rather than doing kind of a individual file for an incident, we just put in kind of a main one, and there's a template you follow, so you don't have to put together kind of a blow by blow of every single thing. So for the one that we just did, for Drake, we just put down the identity of the individual specific wound. So I just 2 stab wounds, penetrating stab wounds to the back, and then all we have to realistically say is we ended up basically irrigating the wounds, and we closed them, and then the medications used. So we got an IV started. We gave him saline, we gave him quercetin, grapeseed, and utilized cocaine paste. So have that documented in the treating individuals. That's effectively it. And that way, if unfortunately you're the only one there and you have to, treat 3 people, maybe one person's being treated by the local doctor and you're getting kind of a report or information on what had happened, and you treat the other 2. You don't have to just sit there, mired in paperwork for 5 years. But yeah, that was you did great for that being your first encounter. Sorry about that.
Well, I mean, to be honest, the whole reason I even wound up with my wife was about 20-ish years ago. I got temporarily deputized for a process of about 18 minutes, I think, for a single shootout that I received a bullet wound to my upper right arm, and was in recovery then for a good amount of time. So I met her that way, and so it's not hardly my first rodeo. I'm not even sure that it's my first encounter with Froggy. I think, like I said, I think he stole a Lancaster off me a few weeks ago, maybe. Probably more than a month or so.
Gotcha. Was Law been able to get that back for you?
Oh, probably not. I wasn't real attached to it other than just having bought it. But
oh, sorry.
Nope. He traded me one of them 22 varmint rifles for it. So
yeah, that's a very fair trade. Clearly,
maybe in his mind.
Yeah. Well, I have a sneaking suspicion he likes deals being kind of weighed in his favor.
Well, I suppose you could say that on many of their type.
True. Well, hopefully not something you do run into, but as you can see, this is everybody on duty is once certified. You'll be wearing a white sash like this, and it is something where if they do end up robbing you or putting you through a forced trade like that, it now carries the same weight as if they'd been, holding up a deputy or a ranger. We are
sure. I had heard
just government officials.
Along those lines.
It is something where both allows patients to, see us so that they can, ask for help if they need it. But
sure.
Anecdotally, have been hearing about some less, kidnappings and that type of thing since this started. So it does mean more time in Sisika.
Of course. Except for where Runa's concerned, she'll kidnap Fletcher anyway.
Were they still doing the hugging duel or whatever was happening out there, or did they actually end up working on
it's been over. I don't know if they're actually digging a hole now or not, but
want to see if we can help out, or would you want to go over any training or knowledge or anything you'd like to cover?
I'm good with whatever the plan is, I suppose.
Okay. I'm getting a little antsy just not having checked the tip line in a little bit, so head over to the tent to see if there's something where we maybe can see a patient after you.
Of course.
And if not,
why'd you go that way? Isn't it back here?
I went that way. It was not a...
I was not sure why, and I wasn't going to question you. You're the senior.
Nope, not seeing anything here. So, Someone is rangers are looking for somebody out in the Western Grizzlies, but nothing that has made its way to a office. So
Sure, sure.
we can go see if there's anything we can do on the dig-in front, maybe.
The moment it's one or two people on duty, we'll have a 16-person multiple down.
I could go to sleep. I'm pretty sure that would end up calling in patients.
I can't believe it.
So, are we still scouting a location for?
Where's Keziah and Bella?
They were at the telegram station last I saw them. Bella is sending out a bunch of, telegrams to everybody about the upcoming stuff. So.
All right. Well, I mean, I
catch
figure
them, that's where they're at.
if we need a place for antivenom, surely it needs to be somewhere readily accessible. So probably want somewhere near the medical tent.
I mean, I would think. I mean, also shade wouldn't be a bad idea.
I'm gonna go check in with them, and then we'll ride up.
All right, I'll be on the porch of the medical office.
All right.
Here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good spot, nice and close to the building, easily accessible.
I might have to leave before we dig this hole, this incredible hole that I'm just so excited about.
I mean, I didn't bring a shovel.
I didn't either. We could leave it for you. You could do it later.
I mean, I certainly wouldn't mind.
Oh.
No.
Yeah.
Let's stop. Let's not.
Is it the same frying pan as the one where we cook sausages?
Oh, that's
Okay.
disgusting.
Get,
No, that's
get
disgusting.
this. Get this, right?
You,
I
you
was.
don't want to share this story, Miss Baker.
I do want to share this story. What do you mean? All right, so I saw a bunch of butchers out in Rhodes, and they sold me the world's most delicious sausages, according to them. Okay. I was out and about with Constance and decided to go up to a campfire and try to cook this thing. Now, I've never cooked a sausage in my life, so I decided it would be a good idea to just hang the sausages over the fire. You know,
I know.
like
I think that's you just held out your hand, dangling them over the fire.
I did.
What?
I did, and I was wondering why they weren't cooking. I did not get burned though. No, I had to keep moving my hand away, which seemed very inefficient. And then eventually, I got incredibly frustrated. Turned to Constance. Constance, I don't know how to cook these things. What do you do? She started asking me all sorts of questions. Do you have butter? And do you have a frying pan? And
I'm glad there was an adult hand. Thank you, Constance.
yeah, she just,
I just
you
wanna
can
ask,
see it on her
I wasn't
belt
sure
there.
What she was doing for a while, so I thought that, oh, Miss Becker, she's very competent and intelligent. I'm sure she knows what she's doing.
Yes,
So
I'm very
you think
competent
that
and intelligent.
Until you learn about her Chicago upbringing.
Oh, you.
Well, I was
almost
hardly
slapped
gonna.
you, Connor.
I was hardly gonna say anything along those lines, but in my experience, intelligence does not always equal wisdom, unfortunately.
Are you calling me unwise?
I do not know you well enough to make any such judgment.
That's
Evidently,
That's
the
correct,
gathered
you
folk
don't.
think you are smart.
Miss Becker is quite a wise woman, but like all of us, we have our shortcomings, and I think that culinary is hers.
Yes, cooking is unfortunately one of mine. Anyways, moral of the story is always carry a frying pan with you.
That would be a good idea, yes. When all else fails, you can always slap it in that and put it over a fire.
Oh yes. No, Constance always carries one. It's on her hip there. Do you see? It's incredible. She's got the world's tightest gun belt.
Indeed, indeed.
Oh, there you go. Ding ding.
Fancy.
Mm.
Handy sometimes, too.
Oh yes, I imagine. Very good weapon if you need it.
Oh, that, yeah, as well.
See, no one will mess with you, Constance. You've got a frying pan and a shotgun.
Wait, what's that? What's that over there? Oh God, it's a cougar attack!
Oh!
Somebody better show a trainee how to
God.
fix somebody attacked by a cougar.
Oh, trainee, do you know what to do here?
After shooting the cougar?
Rawr,
Yes.
I'm a nasty cougar.
That is the correct answer, by the way. You want to make sure your environment is nice and safe. All right.
I suppose you would check for injuries, make sure that they are not actively bleeding, stabilized, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no!
A cougar.
I'm a cougar.
It's all of us. Oh, another cougar has shown up.
Oh no, gotta shoot this one too,
cougar.
I suppose.
Okay, you're dead, Silas. You died. There you go. All right. So very good. Yes, you wanna check the injuries, and you also want to check vitals. So that's the airway, and the pulse, and primarily the circulation as well. Otherwise known as ABC. Even though I said it in the wrong order.
Well, this fellow seems fine. It doesn't seem as though the cougar did much. Aside from maybe startle him.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna go kick that cougar over there. Make sure that cougar's. Are you sleeping? Oh my god. Yeah, you definitely need that coffee. Yeah, especially for today, huh?
It's been a hell of a day.
Mm-hmm. All right. Are there any injuries on the individual that are fairly concerning?
It does not seem to. Oh, no. Gunshot?
Terribly sorry to interrupt. Can I borrow Connor?
You'll have to
you
wake
may
him up.
borrow the cadaver.
Look at that. He's
Right.
made a
Silas,
marvelous
take it.
recovery.
Silas, you are now injured. Enjoy.
Oh, it's the
You have
same
been promoted
patient.
by cougar from cougar to patient.
Oh dear. Well, provided that the fellow has not got actively troublesome wounds, I've been told move him to a medical office.
Yes, that would certainly be the case if we were rangers or out in the open like this. Let's say we're in a medical office for this particular scenario.
Well, his shoulder seems to be bleeding.
Okay. So usually when it comes to injuries, is there a particular idea that you have on what you'd check within an injury itself? A laceration specifically?
How do you mean? Besides checking if it's a bite versus a claw?
Yes. Certainly checking for that would be good. But usually we like to make sure that the injury is nice and clean before we have to do stitches, if that's necessary.
Sure, that would have been the next thought, is wash it out with a canteen.
Perfect, okay. Do you have any other ideas on how you'd approach this?
Not aside from, I suppose, frontier ideas, which is why I would be deferring right now to training.
Sure, of course. So when it comes to lacerations, as you mentioned, flushing out the wound, perfect. You definitely want to make sure with a cougar attack or any kind of animal bite or scratch that there isn't any lodged debris. So
Sure.
like a claw or a tooth. Another thing that can tend to happen, of course, with any laceration whatsoever, is an arterial bleed, which leads into a bit of a complicated zone, but you can identify it through bright red blood, and it tends to bleed a lot more than usual cuts or lacerations.
Sure. Which in that case, I suppose we pack full of gauze, and once he's in a safer spot, looking at what was it? McNamara said something about he said something about an arterial something that would maybe pinch it off so that it could be repaired, but the name is escaping me at the moment.
Yes, that's perfect. Yes, any kind of clamps, so arterial clamps.
That was it.
Perfect. Yep. Yeah, you've got the perfect idea here. So, you of course want to clamp either end of the artery, and then you want to go ahead, you would proceed forward with just stitching that artery closed, making sure it holds by removing one clamp, and seeing if there's any bleeding or any leakage with that stitch before you remove the other.
Sure. Very similar to the fellow's stab wounds earlier.
Yeah, so I mean, I imagine so. Frankly, arterial bleeding tends to be one of, if not the most important thing to address when it comes to a laceration injury.
Sure.
They can happen when you remove something from the body, of course, as well. So when you're pulling a tooth or a claw, something that I like to do is assess the area to see if there is risk of that. Sometimes it's very hard to tell. Sometimes it's, particularly tricky. So it's always good to have clamps on standby, just in case you need them.
Sure.
Now, usually with animal bites, these sorts of things don't tend to lean into bone breakage or anything like that, but in debris you may see splinter-like bone pieces or bone shards, and that can indicate, of course, a break of a bone. Usually with any kind of injury whatsoever, you just want to make sure that all those floating pieces are removed or put back in their proper place. You want to make sure they're nice and secure. And then you want to just close it, of course, from inside out. So if, let's say, there's a bone break here, you would, find all of those floating pieces, remove any bone splintering, and then from there, you could take several different approaches to repairing a bone, but we won't go into that right now.
I suppose the most important piece is making sure it's aligned and then splinting it.
Yes, perfect.
At which point then we would sew it all closed, check to make sure it's holding.
Yes.
Maybe wash it out again just in case.
Yes, that's perfect. And usually I utilize underwater, but you can use saline if you want.
Sure. And then it would be, I guess, whatever medicinals would be used for the pain relief afterward, whether that's cocaine paste or something else.
So usually if the laceration requires stitches, we would apply cocaine paste around the area before we start treatment.
Sure. That
really
makes sense. Dead in the area.
Yeah. And if the patient is conscious, then pain relief before treatment is certainly preferred.
Sure. Has just out of curiosity, this has very little to do with the training situation. Has Dr. Gray's pain blocker experimentation or research made any leaps and bounds in the past 2 months?
Are you referring to her nerve-related?
Yes, she utilized it in a reparative surgery on my right arm, actually.
Oh, okay. I believe I was present for that surgery. It was.
I think you might have. I think you might have, and I just never caught your name.
No, it's quite all right.
I just remember there was another Dr. Fellow Kroom who was supposed to be present but was not.
Sure. Frankly, that was one of the only times I had seen her utilize that approach, but it is a fascinating thing to look at and observe. So, you know,
Let
if
me
that's
tell you,
certainly...
it was fascinating to sit through.
You doing okay there, Silas?
Okay. He is taking a dirt nap, it seems.
It would seem so. But yes, you've got the perfect idea here. You know, you want to make sure everything's aligned properly. You want to make sure there's no arterial bleeding. If this laceration was in an area that would, of course, contain some kind of an organ, you want to make sure the organ isn't impacted in any possible way.
Sure.
And then you just want to work your way out. So, muscle, skin.
Psst. There's a senior coming. Sorry, you were saying from the inside out, muscle, skin.
Perfect.
We do a spiral stitch.
Is that a particular direction or?
Just from the inside out.
Oh, you know, that makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
From there, especially with animal wounds, I would recommend a marigold salve, as that tends to delay infections and fight them off. But you frankly can use any kind of salve that you would like if you want to use salve at all. And then you just wrap it up in a bandage and call it treated. Oh my goodness.
Okay, don't step on my head, horsey.
That was close.
There will be a whole other type of trauma that we'll be training for.
Yeah, then we'd actually have some practical.
We would.
In which case, I would not be touching you.
Concussion practical.
No offense, my friend.
Well, you know, you could touch me anytime if I'm in need, or if you are.
Okay.
I will take that as a permission to ask you for hugs.
Anytime. They're free.
All right. Do you have any particular questions related to animal bites or scratches or anything like that?
Is the particular procedure roughly the same for wolves or bears? Or I assume it would be for panthers, as a cougar and a panther are similar animals, if not even in the same family.
Yeah, frankly, most injuries, you want to take that approach, right? So you want to inspect the inside of the laceration as much as you possibly can, make sure it's nice and clean, make sure there's no major damage, repair anything that's in there before you work your way out.
All right. Work from the inside out.
Perfect. Yes, it would be quite unfortunate if you stitched up a cougar tooth in somebody's organ and didn't realize it.
Sure, certainly. that is an infection waiting to happen for certain.
All right. And usually what I would do after that is just do a double take, make sure there's no other injuries present on the patient or individual.
Welcome back.
I'm all good. You've healed me, sir.
How marvelous.
And now this is the part where they thank you profusely and you just try to get them out of the office as quickly as you can.
Or they don't say a word and just leave, hopefully.
Or, you know, their friends come and put a gun up to your temple.
Yeah, or that.
That can happen too.
Well, I would say that we'll certainly make a fine medic out of you yet.
Well, that is the hope. Thank you very much. It was Becker. Was that right? Annalise?
Yes, sir.
Yes. I will try to remember that this time.
It's okay. Frankly, I'm not too great with names.
Your forgetter's working real well then.
All right. Silas, would you like to go get that coffee? Oh.
Time has come.
All right. We have been planning this for 3 weeks now, so really looking forward to it.
Well, enjoy your date.
It was lovely to see you both. Lamb walk with you. Thank you for the little lesson.
Connor's still on. Fletcher's still here. Do, 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 do.
Do you know where everyone else went?
I have no idea. Didn't Fletcher run up and grab McNamara?
I really ain't sure. Yes? I don't know if they took off out of town.
It's a good question. You have some sort of special signal flare or bush call you can do for medics
I
unite
can
or
whistle
something?
for them, but I don't know how helpful that is.
I could always send them a telegram and see if they
that's what I
reply.
was gonna go do.
Oh, or they're all standing right here.
Yeah, they headed for Blackwater. Just something maybe we can think about. I like the idea for obviously having her project, but I do think the scope of it is huge. And I think at that scope will be a very long time until she sees something meaningful for herself. Like that's really demotivating for me if I'm not seeing something come out of going through so much. I'm not sure who her mentor is, but it's something to consider. I'm happy to talk to her about. I guess we just kind of yes and it.
I wonder what's on the job board. Pronghorn to butchers. Which of thieves? Milk. Milk to... wow, 40 milks. Jeez. Lemonade.
Law.
Nope. Apparently not.
Why were we telegramming law? Excuse me? That's all. This is there's a silence on a Saturday kind of thing.
So I think it sounds like I guess they're heading off duty, but I'm just checking the tip line because we might redeploy somewhere a little bit more central. So there's a couple upcoming events. I know Prim had mentioned the department meeting tomorrow. You're welcome to come to that if you'd like. That'll be at...
Strawberry.
Oh,
We
okay.
have a small victim coughing up blood found by rangers.
Where's Becca and Silas?
They're heading
off duty, I believe.
So we have everyone with us right now that we need?
Yep.
Yes.
Tip came in from Game Warden Moody. I did not see what time it came in, but it could have been that long ago because everyone keeps checking the tip line.
So unfortunately, Dr. McNamara, I do not believe I will be awake for that meeting.
Okay, understood. We'll.
I'm happy to take notes from whoever happens to pass them along, but.
Yep. We'll give you a praise of anything pertinent. And then there's I believe it's going to be June 8th is going to be our next kind of triage day, where we'll run 3 different classes, kind of at different time periods, depending on what works best for individuals. But
sure,
it's basically the stabilization training that we put our field medics, law, and rangers through, and it's actually kind of a great thing to attend as a trainee because we cover a lot of basics. So even though it's going to focus more on field stabilization, it's still kind of similar principles to when you're kind of first arriving on the scene, how to assess something and kind of run through it. So
certainly.
And it'll also
I went
help
through one of
you
them. It was very helpful.
learn how we expect people to communicate with each other in between departments about things too.
Sure.
Because a lot of the field medic stuff is teaching them how to communicate to people who are turning up to an injured person, and also be like, hey, I need help.
And it's then we're at the end. We'll kind of cover what if they're turning a patient over to us, what we expect them to communicate. So you're kind of ready and kind of know what they should be telling in. If they're not, what you can ask for, and something that eventually you could end up potentially teaching a class like that down the road. So it's definitely a good thing to check out if you're able. If not, we run them every month. But I'll send you a telegram with the times for that.
Very good.
That one generally will be in Strawberry so far, I believe.
Sure.
Connor, is it your turn to run a social event next?
Yeah, I think I've been putting it off long enough. I'll figure something out. I've got 3 ideas I've been kind of bouncing around between, so I'll just pick one and do it.
I am already excited.
I think I might wait on the murder mystery thing and try and do that closer to October.
Next month we have quite a few birthdays in the department. Should be nice. It might not be the worst thing to get a list of all the birthdays together. Even though we mostly just do parties for like certifications and things. But some of us ain't ever gonna get a certification. We already have.
Maybe we can still throw you a party.
Yeah, like parties.
Just congratulations, this is your party certificate.
Congratulations Congratulations, you have a fire chief certificate.
Frame those ones. Where's she central?
Oh, that was a bit of wagon. Bye, wagon.
Just a little bit.
Oh, not
Something
Black
fall
Hawk.
off.
Yeah, but it wasn't a person.
I didn't say anything.
Well, as long as it wasn't a wheel, I suppose.
We got 4 of them. We got 3 more chances to do that. We did lose one.
It's neat that you can just hang all over wagons.
He wants to take lead on our full victim if they're in there. Okay, so Robert, if you go with Bella, straight into the office.
Ready?
I'm guessing fall victim coughing up blood. It's likely we're looking at a rib puncturing lung or possible just they've aggravated themselves enough that they're choking up blood. Potential that there is a head injury and the blood is going down the back of the throat. Any other suggestions from the doctors?
Those would be the main two. The other thing was there could be potentially, rather than being airway and lung, I mean, there could potentially be kind of perforated or damaged gastrointestinal tract. Something with the stomach or might have blood coming up the esophagus if they were coughing something up.
Could also just bitten their tongue. It looks like they're coughing it up, but it's coming from in their mouth. Or shattered teeth. I always appreciate when they give us more information than just injured person. It means I can start thinking about what I might be walking into.
Yeah. Hopefully nothing teeth related.
No, like,
They don't count as real bones, but they're bone adjacent, so I kind of just hate them.
no dentist work.
Everything else can heal, it doesn't. Fracture-wise, we just...
But also, they're really easy to remove.
Yeah, fair.
Thank you, John.
So, excellent wagoneering.
I'll pop a tip in.
Hello.
Howdy. Okay, so, I mean, I'm also a medic. I'm just off duty. Sprained wrist and ankle. Already wrapped those. Her pupils are unevenly dilated. Lumping back is hard. Having dizziness. I've got her on. I've just had her take some aspirin, but she did have a fall off of a cliff.
Okay.
Oh.
Did you already check the lump?
No. The lung?
No, the lump. You said there was a lump.
Oh, the
on
lump. Yes. Yeah. Maddie did because I got here like a little not too long ago. It is a hard lump.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll just take a quick look over, but it sounds like you already got it taken care of.
Yeah, but I will hand her over to you because I'm off duty. So, Annalise,
So sorry.
No, you're fine. Do not be sorry.
Deputy
This
with
means
gunshot wounds in Valentine. I'm gonna head over.
this means I'm gonna go get Pronghorn. Okay, so you stay here.
Oh, all
I don't know
right.
if, Attorney, if you want to go with him, that way get some.
Sure,
some
sure.
training.
Please be brief.
It's a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Just clean, wash my shoes.
Valentine, I'm gonna head over.
I'll come with you.
Okay.
Patient in Strawberry situation.
It seems to be mostly taken care of. Dr. Trix is just checking the final things and making sure there's nothing too bad.
Okay.
She said sprained wrist and ankle already bandaged. The lady in green who's off-duty medic, I believe, has her on a little bit of aspirin, and there's a hard lump that I guess we just have to watch. She said she went over a cliff.
Lump to the head.
I was not clear on the location. If
Okay,
it was head or
it
the
is
back.
just a hard lump. Okay, got it.
Correct. Yes.
All right. Well, if Robert's going with you, Connor, I'll stay with Bella.
Okay. Disregard
Because
that.
she's gone to rest.
I said that you were coming
That's
on the
okay.
tip line, so
Yeah, it's
you know
fine. I'll
where you
just
are.
talk to Bella. Yep.
Sounds
I
good.
know where I am.
Okay.
Yeah, because otherwise Bella's on her own. So.
Understood. All right. Want to hop on?
Sure. Dr. Trix seemed unconcerned, so she said, "You go with Dr. McNamara. Get some better training that way."
Okay, so we've got a little bit of information on this one. It's a deputy who's been shot. Don't know how many wounds. They are bleeding heavily and unconscious, but the wounds have already been packed. So we'll want to get in, assess their vitals when we first get on the scene, and if there's any bandages that have been kind of bleeding through, we'll want to assess them first. But we'll probably we'd like to try and get Kirsten and fluids going. So if you would feel comfortable, we'll get in, use some lavender water to try and irrigate the wounds to get a little bit of a look.
Sure.
And I'll start the IV if you don't mind, kind of doing an initial assessment. Basically just trying to get an idea of if there's any debris, if we can see a retained bullet, organ damage. And the other thing with any gunshot, we want to know if it's retained.
If it goes through or if it's
exactly. Yep. If it went through, that can cause a little bit more damage because we've got 2 holes to patch up. But my biggest concern is whether or not there's if it's gone all the way through, we could have potentially been dealing with, goes through a lung versus, hitting the rib and sticking. So,
sure. There's one thing I remember very clearly from working on my own recovery.
if there is an arterial bleed, we're going to grab clamps, clamp off either side of it, and we'll perform a spiral stitch to try and get it repaired, and kind of go from there. Generally kind of reinforcing the outside using plain silk.
Sure. Versus the inside with catgut, or?
So for artery, normally we'll just use silk because it'll be kind of fine enough that we can use that for. Some people will like to use catgut internally and it will break down. I tend to use silk. Will technically break down over time, but it's something where if you're using it externally, I like to have it removed. Generally after about kind of 2-3 days as things are starting to kind of heal up in the crossing.
Sure.
Other materials you can
you
use for
referenced the
horsehair
time.
that we'll use. It is very firm, so it's something where you can't let them move the joint around or area around a lot. But can help with has some antibacterial properties, and then occasionally, not often, we'll use silver, where if you're going to need to kind of wire something secure, but I honestly haven't done that in practice yet.
Hmm.
If they are really low on blood, I might ask you to kind of sprint down to the telegram office if we might need somebody to transfuse if there's not a local donor, and basically send a tip both to law and to rangers just stating that there's a patient in need of a transfusion, but hopefully we won't need that.
To those two, not to medic?
Well, to medic, I normally wouldn't send it there because we don't have a lot of people actively on duty that we're aware of right now that are donors.
Understood.
Yep.
Pretty much
Thank you.
usual GSWs. She's unconscious. Was the right guy? Just want to give you the rundown.
Local doctor got started, or
no, it's just Manius is in there with her right now.
Understood. And who was the patient?
Effie.
Oh,
or
okay.
Deputy
Understood.
Effie. Yeah.
Got it. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Howdy. How's she holding up?
She ain't conscious. She's been shot in the torso and one in the thigh. The thigh one was bleeding very heavily. We had to change the packing.
Understood. All right. We'll get to the thigh first then. Thank you. All right.
He seems to have a bit of an erratic pulse here.
All right. I'm going to get an IV started with fluids. Do you mind taking a look at that thigh wound?
We should probably restock.
Sure.
While the medics work on her. Just in
Yeah,
case.
Okay.
It seems we need to.
Yep. Let me get the
this
clamp
first.
We'll get the clamps ready. Probably going to be a little bit of spurting if you can. Just wrap a little bit of gauze around your finger and hold pressure, and we'll make sure we get what I'm assuming is going to be a damaged artery clamp either side, and we'll get it closed as quickly as possible. Okay.
Of course. It's probably a gunshot wound. Okay.
All right. I'm going to move quick here, so I'm going to get the clamps on board, and then just try and keep some steady pressure on the side there. Just you don't want to dislodge the bolt until the clamps are in place.
Sure.
she looking?
I haven't asked her anything yet. They're still working on her leg by the looks of it.
Okay.
All right, hopefully we can get this out in one piece. If you don't mind taking the canteen back, if you can just kind of rinse a little bit of water over here to keep the site visible, and
Sure.
get that out.
Oh, Effie and I saw Pippi in Saint Denis earlier today. With Nyx, but they were wearing different clothes. Yeah.
Okay.
And she didn't have her mask on.
Interesting. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So, still clamped in here. I'm going to take a scalpel and see if we can kind of free up a little bit of tissue here.
Cobbles, this is actually an old character. This is my first character that I came in with. I just shelved him for a while because there was nothing RP-wise happening. But we've been accepted to the Saints Crossing Department of Health, so roleplay is going to happen whether we want it to or not. And I'm kind of here for it. Man, Manius looks tired.
So hopefully we can
get to read
kind of carefully remove that without causing too much damage around the area. If there is a significant amount of damage to the artery, sometimes we can do a little graft, but hopefully something we can avoid.
The breakers or something?
All right, I'm reading out loud. Ortega, Hollister, Eric King, Jane O'Flynn, Clarabelle Kelly.
Jones, Ethan Jones.
Is Eric King not there? Okay, so King and Jones. All right, I think you're all accounted for then. Jones was the one missing.
We will.
We got people firing at an office in Strawberry now, so get on over there.
Shoot.
Yep.
Yeah, Bella and Prim got out of that.
Sure, I hope so.
Yeah. Robert, have you placed an IV before?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm somewhat familiar with veins, but never been allowed to do that exactly.
Yep, understood. We'll try and get some fluids on board once we get this sorted then.
Oh, we got a cadet in Strawberry, god damn it.
Oh, shit.
Well, not much. We got folk heading towards it, so. She's a senior.
What's that?
He's a senior. Kelly. Yeah, no. But we have people going there right now. They're getting there as fast as.
All right, finger right on that spot. With the gauze, just hold pressure there. Gonna readjust the clamps to get that slowed so we can see if we can get this fixed.
Okay.
let's get an idea what this tissue looks like. Sometimes, particularly when it looks like it's nicked and embedded, a lot of times we can do that reinforcing kind of spiral stitch I mentioned. But if it's very damaged, sometimes we have to excise the damaged portion and kind of reconnect it.
Sure.
It looks reasonable here. Try that spiral, but I'm going to do a little counter spiral with it to try and reinforce it.
All right. Shall I continue to hold pressure or remove it as you are?
Just if you can kind of back off just as I'm coming through, just watch out for that needle, and then
Sure.
We'll hopefully be able to get this closed up here. Alright, so what I like to do is once we've kind of gotten through there, get it tied off just like that, and ideally you're not going to see any, leaking, but we just check the integrity, kind of give it a little bit of a test here. If it's looking okay, then we take one clamp off and then the other, and then the real test is when the blood comes back through. If it's holding, great, that's the goal, but at any point if we're seeing any type of further leaking there, we need to get the clamps back in place immediately. Alright, looking okay here, so moment of truth. Let's get those clamps off, one at a time. Alright, looking okay. So we'll get this closed up in a moment, but what I'd like to do is make sure we're getting, if you don't mind just double checking her pulse, seeing if the quercetin's been helping. I'd like to get an IV going, and then once we get the IV on and fluids on board, you can start taking a look at that second, the torso wound there, okay?
We're both asking her questions at the same time. Pull out just a tad. Vein found, pulse is a little better. It seems like it's improving a little.
We'll take it. Hopefully that'll be doing a little bit better when we get some saline going.
Through and through.
How's it looking there?
I'm thinking, if I'm seeing this right, it looks like it's a shot that's gone fully through fatty tissue, I think. Doesn't seem to have hit anything major.
Okay. So what we can do, I would just double check. You can take a small little set of forceps there and just irrigate carefully. Look to see if you're seeing any kind of underlying muscle damage or any kind of organ damage. But if it looks like it's kind of mostly through that fatty tissue, we should be able to just get that closed up.
Sure.
So we'll close one side then the other, and I'll start on the thigh now.
Seems like no damage to muscle or any organs. Just
perfect.
Double checking to make sure that there's no debris left from the bullet. Still a little bit. Let's see if we can wash that out with this lavender water.
Yep. So good amount of irrigation. See if you can get that clear. If not, you can take a clean set of forceps and see if you can kind of pick them out. Sometimes I'll also either kind of adjust the lamp overhead, or you can strike a match and kind of hold it nearby the wound to see if it'll glint off of anything, just to make sure you're not seeing any kind of potential retained pieces after washing it out.
That's a good idea. I think we got it all.
Fantastic. All right. All right, that's looking good. I'll get started on the other two, if you don't mind just applying some salve and then gauze and kind of a bandage over wrap.
Sure. I suppose are we suturing this closed? Do we need to worry about cocaine paste or anything like that?
With her being pretty far out of it, if she was awake, absolutely. But it's something where while she's out, we can normally get it closed up. But I do, for when she wakes up, I would like to do a little bit of cocaine paste in with a bit of the salve, so you can do a little skin test there to make sure there's no allergy.
Sure.
Sorry to interrupt. I don't know if you checked her thing, but she's allergic to grapeseed oil.
Understood. Yep.
Extract, sorry.
We'll make sure we do not use any, but we've got a couple other medications we can use. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you knew, that's all.
Seems like we're good here.
Perfect. And then we've got a vial of liquid phenacetin up on the shelf behind us. If you wouldn't mind, you could draw up a dose of that, and we'll get that in via the IV to help with some inflammation and pain. And then I'll probably, we'll do a little half dose of morphine for the pain as well. We'll get that together in a moment. perfect. And let me get a little bit of the phenacetin going here.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Hello. How are you?
I like working with people. Deputy, you mentioned grapeseed oil. Do you happen to know if she's any sort of an allergy to strawberry extract?
I'm not sure. I know grapeseed extract for sure, though.
Sure.
Yeah.
Just checking. I don't know that we'll need it, but
Hopefully. No, it seems like the pulse was doing a little bit better last time, so. All right. Does seem like she might be waking up soon, so I would like to get maybe a half dose of morphine on board just because I think this is going to be pretty painful to get her a little bit more comfortable as she's coming to. So if you don't mind just kind of keeping an eye on her breathing, you know, if it looks like she might be waking up, and we'll get that on board.
that mattress is kind of gross.
Hopefully that'll get her make the waking up process a little calmer for her.
She seems to be stable, at least where the vitals are concerned.
Good. Okay. Okay.
Yay.
All right. Well, it's the type of thing where if there's kind of any type of urgent need, sometimes you can use some smelling salts to help wake them up.
Sure.
It can really kind of jolt them awake, though, and particularly if you've been doing some, detailed work that we don't want to burst any stitches. I like to try and avoid it. Have you ever used them before?
Smelling salts? Yes,
Mhm.
I have.
Yeah, I have seen some people waft them up directly under the nose, and that will generally make somebody come up swinging. So I kind of like to open or kind of crack the tube open a little bit farther away and waft it towards them. But
Sure.
if you need to get them going, you don't have time. That you do what you need to. But in this case, it seems like the breathing's starting to pick up a little here. So we'll just keep an eye out until she's waking up.
Seems with the stitching, we maybe don't want to use the smelling salts anyway.
Yep, right. Would prefer to avoid it if at all possible.
We'll give him the obvious that he's trying to allude to. Thanks for watching, friends. I hope everybody's enjoying this. A little different from our pace with Abdul, but
Howdy there, Deputy. Not sure if you can hear me yet, but this is Connor McNamara. I'm a doctor with the Department of Health, and just want to let you know that you are safe and in Valentine in the medical office. Kind of nice and stable in the back room here. And there's absolutely no need to move you anywhere else if you're comfortable here. But did want to let you know that unfortunately you were shot twice. Once to the torso and to the thigh. Got everything closed up. Bullets out. You should be stable, but we don't want you to move too quickly because there is an IV in your left arm right now. Got a little bit of morphine on board to try and help keep the pain in check, alongside some phenacetin. How are you feeling?
We sort of intentionally took a step back so that if one of the law wanted to go up and talk to her more, they could, but it seems like everybody's holding their distance, so we maybe didn't need to do that.
Things seem stable at this point. We've got a couple folk that wanted to make sure you're doing all right, so I'll let them talk to you, but if you need anything, just let me know, okay?
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Let me just right over here.
Okay.
He's getting a head start on paperwork.
They picked you up. What the fuck?
So now we wait. Till he's done with paperwork. Because we can't do anything about that yet. Howdy.
Hello. Everything going okay in here?
Yep, she's stable and awake. Sheriff and the other deputy fella are just talking to her, and Dr. McNamara, I believe, is getting a jump start on some paperwork.
Okay. Are you a trainee?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your name?
Robert Moody.
Robert Moody. Very nice to meet you. W. Parker, my senior deputy. It's actually
nice to meet you,
hoping.
deputy.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. I was actually hoping to get treated. I have a graze to my side that really needs some tending to.
Oh, very good. Doctor?
Yep. So sorry to hear about the graze, but we'll definitely
That's okay.
take a look. If you want to have a seat, would you mind if the trainee takes lead? And
Yeah,
happy to jump in with anything we need.
that's completely fine.
All right. And on which side of you is the graze?
Very conveniently on my left side. You're on the correct side there.
Fantastic. I suppose you're walking around, so your vitals are all right.
Well, I'm breathing and walking, yes.
We will check them just in case.
We would very much like you to continue that trend.
Yes, please. Thank you. Oh, they're back already.
Alright, seems we have a graze from what looks like a bullet. Bleeding a fair amount.
Okay.
Did you miss me?
I'll hold some pressure here while you're taking a look.
Sure, thank you.
How have you been, Connor? It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too. Been keeping busy. Finally ended up getting certified through Feinberg, so I got my degree, which has been. I'm
amazing.
still have a hard time not saying just Medic McNamara greeting people, but getting used to
You're
it.
a doctor now. That's lovely. Congratulations.
Well, thank you. So when are you coming back?
Fletcher says the same thing every time I see him.
One
same
day.
thing, without fail. He just hands out a sheet of paper and says, I have your application right here.
We're always ready. So, Dr. Parker used to be a member of the department before she decided to be a little bit more proactive with making sure people aren't getting hurt.
Indeed.
I see. I'd almost say you could be giving me instruction here then.
I mean,
Well, it's not really my job anymore, but it's entirely possible. I wouldn't though. That's a Vista bounce.
It is fairly deep. Let me see. Maybe some forceps. There seems to be some shirt remnants in this. In addition to dirt, I imagine I could just wash away with lavender water.
Wash most of that out. Yep. Any allergy to cocaine paste, Doctor?
No.
Okay. So, yep. Let's get a little bit of cocaine paste out and around the site, just to help numb that up, and then use some forceps. You should be able to get the debris clear. And once it's clear, we'll just make sure there's no muscle damage. We should be able to get it closed up for her.
When did you all get sashes? Quite like that, actually.
So this, maybe about 2-3 weeks ago, I feel like. It's relatively recent.
I like it.
They tried to time it with the penal code change.
Oh, you know what? Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I remember reading about that. I wasn't sure how people would identify medics.
The problem is I had a little area in my satchel that I like to have a folded up apron for surgeries, and I need to put this there now. So I'm personally still adjusting, but I think it's a good change overall, and I'm getting used to it. But
I mean, you could always put on your horse, and then if you just need to go and change into it for surgeries, there's nothing wrong with that.
technically, I think the state would get mad if I was treating a patient without it on. So
you'd be in a locker room. Who gives a shit?
I don't know. They like to make sure I'm following procedure.
I understand.
But no, it's been a good move, and I think it's also just, I mean, nice that patients can kind of immediately see if we're arriving and know who to be able to ask for. So
That's very true. Well, perhaps like a nice lab coat or something.
Have been meaning to get something on that front.
Should do that.
My initial pitch was when we were talking about a uniform. I thought that we should all have Clyde Hutchison hats.
Oh my god!
But
the raccoons.
Nobody seemed to really kind of take me serious on that pitch.
I would have voted on that immediately.
Maybe one day.
Seems like there is no debris.
Okay,
cocaine
good.
paste has been applied.
Okay. So your choice. Would you prefer silk or catgut? Just something that would break down, or also happy to see you
Whatever's
back.
easiest. Yeah.
Yeah. Could sometimes do a little bit more of a delicate repair. We're a little less scarring with the silk, but catgut don't need to follow up.
I mean, I don't mind coming back to see you all. So.
Oh, okay, sure.
Silk it is.
There we go.
How long have you been a trainee, Mr. Moody?
Today.
Oh, wow. Well, congratulations and welcome into the program. Hopefully you're enjoying it this far.
I am. Actually, doctor, if you wouldn't mind doing the stitching, I'm still getting used to the right arm not twitching as much anymore.
Yep. So with these, I like to do, they're called horizontal mattress sutures, but if you kind of follow the pattern that I'll use, it makes it so there won't be too much tension on the skin, and normally get pretty good healing with them.
Sure. Yes, I sent in a telegram to the medic line and was not sure whether somebody would be on duty to do much more than onboard me, but Dr. McNamara simply said, "Come on." So I did.
Yep. So
into the fire with you.
Well, honestly,
yes, and then
you can tell her about the first call.
Less than a half hour later, we're in this office, and was it four folks with probably maybe 2,000 days between them.
Jeez.
With two of them awake, wound up pointing guns at a few of us. I think Dr. Silas was one of those, in order to escort one of the two that was injured out. So
I see.
eventful first, not even day, but first shadowing, shall we say.
Sounds very eventful indeed.
Not why I signed up, but not nearly enough to dissuade me.
A little bit of adrenaline never hurt anybody. All right, just want to check the tension here, make sure everything's holding up there. And it seems like that should keep things nice and closed up. So just get a little bit of salve and secure that with a dressing.
Just move out of your way, Doc.
Okay. And very important question, always have to ask everybody.
Uh-huh.
You had to rate your pain right now, scale of 1 to 10, 1 being you stubbed your toe, 10 being you were in Strawberry, and unfortunately the water wheel came free and is coming down the river, kind of crunches into the bridge that you were standing on, and splinters kind of go everywhere. You go falling in the
Good
river and
Lord.
hit your head, and you wake up about kind of a mile downstream with some wolves gnawing on you. That being a 10, what would you rate your pain right now?
Oh dear God. It'd probably a 4.
Okay, we'll take a 4.
At this point.
Would you be okay with phenacetin tablets, or we could do
Okay,
willow
no,
bark?
phenacetin's
Wasn't
just
sure if
fine.
you're going to be staying on duty.
I'm probably going to be in bed here fairly soon, I think, but phenacetin's just fine.
Understood. We'll get your dose right now and envelope of tablets for the road.
Excellent. Get out of this chair. Ugh. Oh, hey, good job.
Oh, thank you.
You've got quite the journey ahead of you, but I believe in you. It should be fun.
Okay, a few tablets now that you can take with some water and an envelope of tablets for the road.
Excellent.
We just recommend we see you back in maybe 2-3 days for a wound check. Make sure it's closing up well, and we can get the sutures out at that point.
Cannon will do, good sir. Doctor.
Still getting used to it, but thank you. Any
wonderful.
questions, anything else we can do for you at all?
No, thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
All right, well, hopefully see you soon, but maybe, not as a patient. Please don't get
Yeah.
shot. But,
You know what? I will endeavour to do exactly that.
Well, thank you. And just thank you for keeping us all safe and looking out for us out there.
Thank you for keeping us all alive.
We'll keep the trend going.
There we go. All right. Well, I can cyclically sit here forever and praise everything you all do, but I shall away now.
All
Thank
right.
you again.
Yep, rest up.
She's indeed med family.
Yes. All right, one moment.
Sure.
How are you feeling?
I felt better.
It's very fair. How's the pain at this point? If you had to rate that scale of 1 to 10?
It's not that bad.
Okay. Gotcha. Did end up doing a half dose of morphine to try and keep things in check. When that starts wearing off, make sure you let us know. We can get another dose on board, but I can also get you some willow bark tablets for the road. Taste horrible, but they do a nice job keeping the pain in check.
Yeah, I'll take them.
Okay. Would recommend we just see you back in maybe about kind of 2 days or so for a wound check. If pain's getting worse, you can always come in sooner. There's no need to wait that long, but just want to make sure everything's looking okay.
All right, I can do that.
Okay. Any questions at all or anything I can help you with?
No, nothing else.
Okay.
Oh, apart from removing this IV if it's
Yes,
done.
happy to do that. Just like to make sure the fluids are on board, but let me get that taken care of for you. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Just a little bit of pressure over that site. You don't have to leave that on for too long, maybe about another hour, and then can just take that down. Okay. But otherwise, if you're feeling okay, should be all set, and no rush to leave here. The office is yours unless anything urgent comes in. Okay.
No, that's all right. I'll get out of here just in case something does happen.
Well, yeah. Also, it's Valentine's. Never a bad idea to run away when you can.
I'm going back to Rhodes. Fuck this.
That's fair. Do you need
Thank you
a
for everything.
wagon or anything for transport?
We should be able to get one.
Okay, understood. Well, please be safe. Take care and rest up. Okay.
Yeah, thank you both very much.
Very welcome.
Of course, of course.
Now I gotta hobble around.
Thanks, guys.
Absolutely.
Certainly.
Have a good evening.
Sorry.
I said certainly, Sheriff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, great job. Appreciate your work, okay? Thanks for everything you do.
Always. If there's anything we can ever help with, you just let us know.
All right, will do. Have a great day.
Yeah, you
And,
too.
hopefully,
You as well.
if I see you later, it ain't for medical treatment.
I'll keep my fingers crossed.
All right. I'll see you around. Thank you again.
Okay. Fine work. Any questions about either of those?
Nope, I don't think so.
Okay.
Just a matter of doing it multiple times, you know.
Somebody's asking for help up at Pronghorn. Not sure what's going on. I figure best to swing through Strawberry and then head up that way. Are you thinking you'll be awake for a little bit longer, or laying your head down anytime soon?
I'm thinking this might be a good time to lay my head down,
yes.
process things and so forth.
No, that is a very good move, but very strong work. Nice working with you. And
oh, you as well, sir.
I will make sure I'll get a telegram to you about a couple upcoming events. Okay.
Sure. So at this point, just checking. I send a telegram into Medic. Just
Yep.
I
And
did
just
training on various things and.
Oh, so for that one, you want to contact the state directly. But for the tip line, contacting Medic, just let us know that when you're available for training.
Sure. Alrighty. Sounds good, sir.
All right. Well, take care and rest up. You've earned it.
Thank you, Doctor. Don't run yourself too ragged.
I will try my best. I think I'm going to go see what's going on with this pronghorn thing, and I'm going to lay my head down after that.
Of course. All right, Glenn. All right. So, for proximity's sake, and that we don't really need to be going anywhere, we might just go to a house over here. Not bad. Is there a cellar here? Oh, gross. That's not what I thought I was gonna find. Alrighty. Huh. Just kidding. Let's go back here. That'd probably be a good spot for a couple weird scenes, but that is not somewhere you want to stumble into in the middle of the night. So we are gonna switch over to Abdul. Who is in Thieves? I like medics. They're nice. Kind of weird, some of them. But they get their fun where they want it. Let's see. I need to double check to. Oh, not that one. So we'll do the server support bot after I get off. That's in the hotel room. Just in case we run into Pavel, I'm gonna pull out the 30 potatoes in here. Or just in case we can arrange to have a conversation with Pavel, because he apparently wants to chat with us. And of course, oh, cool. Okay, so nice. Nice. It'll probably take me a little bit to actually get all that medical RP stuff like front of mind. But a lot of the reason I want to do that is because it helps in other areas. And I will be probably tempted to do a third. So I have 3 characters at the moment. I'm a little tempted to have a 4th come in and be like a frontier bush doctor who like knows some of the stuff because he knows medical training, but he's also a criminal. And just have him play very regularly. George Grimmond is probably gonna be like a much longer term project if I play him ever. But Robert's fun. Like MedFam is fun. It'll be exciting to do stuff with them. I want to do a character that can actually like do some medical stuff illegally potentially. That can serve more the side of the outlaws that aren't willing to go in there and that would want to draw guns and stuff on people. But we'll see how that goes. Ivy wrote us a big long thing earlier, which she may or may not have replied to finally. Because I replied with like a book, and I was going to actually apologize to her for making her read it all. But she called him clumsy about the way he went about something, and it's fair, but thank you for your message. It gave a great deal of context to your actions. It needs to, because, like, Abdul doesn't do anything like it's lightning in a bottle. Like, there's a reason for everything. It was, in fact, a reminder that, of course, there was a lot of unknown history that perhaps you'd have benefited from knowing prior. Absolutely. Paul's name has been so off, trying my best to avoid living constantly in word actions of man. Past the default. I was content simply to stay out of his way. Sure. Raoul, is that you?
How are you, hombre?
I'm doing all right. How are you, my friend?
Got attack a bunch of wolves.
That's no good.
And then our lawman saved my life.
I imagine that has hurt your pride.
Had to beg to the doctor to hurry up. I almost blew my cover.
Sorry to hear it, my friend.
My name is Felipe Pedro, okay? Just remember that it's if a
Felipe,
lawman comes
it's
out of
okay.
nowhere. Okay, it's Felipe Pedro. It's Felipe Pedro.
Felipe Pedro. Got it.
Or Pedro Felipe. It's one or the other. Just disorder.
I'll just call you Pedro. It is fine.
Okay.
Have you seen Mr. Pavel about?
No, I don't have his telegram.
You don't?
No, I even went to their camp and I went to the little burn-up town and there's nothing. Nothing.
I think it is DZ122. I will double check it here in a moment for you. Yes, DZ122.
Mr. Philip, can I speak with you with one?
One moment.
Yep. Pardon me, sir. Didn't mean to talk.
Nope. No, it is all right. It is all right. Oh, that's interesting. It stays between characters. Huh. side demands Anita. Because it gives us a nice excuse to We are maybe gonna see if Hades is around to chat, and then maybe hope that Pavel is. Whoa. I feel like I heard somebody talk in that bush, but I also do not trust the crossing enough to go and check it out. Wow, it's quiet here now.
One of the situations where
She's an READ, that was Armadillo. She's an Annisper, going to be in the city. Maybe we just head towards, like, Riggs. Because it's semi-central.
I make sure to say he rock real safe in the title. There are 6 people out there. That's the look for.
Oh, it's Hooper. Oh. I didn't recognize him in the light. That's a telegram. Shoot. Oh, it might not have been Hooper that was standing next to us before. Just kidding. Roanoke by Brandywine drop. Ooh, I think I know that house. I do know that house. Now it's a travel thing. Which we can fortunately automate, but make it cinematic. Pray we don't run into wolves or a cougar or something. Hey, Tattooed. Are you in Sisika now? I might have seen some of Rexy's stream yesterday. Abdul still hasn't learned it, but... Bummer. I wonder if... Oh, that's nothing. Just kidding. Say hi to Runa for me. Please. She's in there till the 17th. She's been in there since like the 19th. It's wild. She had 3,300 days. How long is Cecil away for, if you know? Jeez. Cecil probably earned it from bank robbing and so forth. Runa earned it from torturing people and feeding them to animals and stuff. Like. But we're gonna go chat with Hades, provided she's actually still awake when we get there. Did you see her badassery yesterday while you were robbing the bank? I hope she sent you the gift. She sent me a really sweet gift of her taking out half of a 4-man party and almost getting the third guy too. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so you had like nothing. That's good. Dude, it was so cool. I was like, holy crap. That was next level. I don't think I will ever be on that level as far as a combat player goes, but it's because I don't really enjoy combat. I'm far more about the chatting with people and even the med RP. Like, med RP is cool now that I have, especially now that I have a character going that way. Oh. That's fun stuff. I'm about to start like talking to some of you and being like, hey, let me know when you're doing what, because I'll do the fence before and like way after, and I'll do the med in between. Because I don't know if I probably have not told you. I have a character that got accepted to the Saints Crossing Department of Health, so I get to do a doctor some of the time now, which will be fun. It'll, I think, help me kind of juggle stuff so I'm not just constantly playing Abdul, as well as being able to balance like some real life stuff in there too. Because I love Wild, but the temptation, of course, is to just... Yeah, that's solid. And if you took out 2 of them, that's awesome. But yeah, I really like Wild, but the temptation to just solely do this is pretty up there, and it's something I'm trying to be hyper aware of, especially after people have been like, hey, try not to burn out. But yeah, they're a goofball bunch, which is funny because you only ever really see them, at least playing outlaw and outlaw adjacent characters, you only ever see them in like real serious moments when they're trying to save somebody's life, staunch bleeding, help you tell whatever story you want to tell through your character's injuries. So it's real interesting being around them in a different context where you're kind of one of them, which is wonderful. Like there's so many. Yeah, very easy to get sucked in the story. Like I can tell you because you can't do anything about it. The very first injury that my other character Moody like responded to was Froggy and Rattlesnake, probably because of Hades, in Valentine, brought in by Darius and I'm guessing Kid Country, but I don't know Kid Country. And then there was another guy present who was played by Pilot, somebody named Sam who I'd never run into before, but it was like. It was fun, like going, oh, I know who all these characters are. And Moody maybe recognizes Froggy a little bit because Froggy stole a Lancaster from him very early on in my play on Wild. Like so early that like I don't even know if it was actually Froggy or if it was somebody with an adjacent name. I think it was Froggy. But I've not heard of any of the other two guys since. But oh, this will be fun. The group that hangs out in that homesteader house that Pavel and I came to check out because y'all shot at Hades, and then Pavel came back after with the Dirty Boys and apparently burnt the house down around you. Rexy told me about that. I think it's a fun idea. Like you guys just lose all the time. It's very funny. Especially because that's like the one that would have been maybe the one encounter that Abdul probably could have pulled a gun on and actually like might have shaped him in more of a violent direction. But as it is right now, he's never pulled a gun on another player or shot at them. I'm gonna go this way because cougars. I've killed plenty of wild animals, but not people. I have not shot at anybody currently. I might do it eventually, but I think if Abdul ever does, he'll play super dirty in combat because that's what he's been around now. And we gotta focus up. I don't know y'all had claimed this as your little homestead. If it was in fact this place. I'm gonna put my horse back here though. Hades? I hope I came to the right one. Hello? Yeah, we came out here treasure hunting actually. And that's why I know that there's 2 cards here. At least. Yeah, that one's just a normal tarot. Bummer. We're not actually like collecting the cards for a particular reason other than to give them to Violet. Hello.
You scared the shit out of me.
I'm sorry, I put my horse in the back.
Why did you go back?
Well, I've been here before with Winston and Annie. And Runa. How are you? At least walking about. Albeit slowly. Did you dye your hair? Or is that a wig?
I don't know which one is it.
I'm guessing it's a wig, but I don't know. Nope. Never mind you. Is that coal dust? Did you use coal dust in your hair?
I don't know what you're talking about. I've always had natural
alright.
black hair.
Well, then someday you'll have to tell me how you dye it red.
I want to sit here.
Go ahead.
These chairs actually pretty uncomfortable.
Don't let me stop you.
I'll just stand.
I mean, you could maybe sit on one of those.
Maybe.
So how are you?
I'm actually in a pretty good mood. For right now.
That's good.
All things considered.
All things considered? Besides you getting shot?
Look, even if I got shot, I'm pretty happy about the outcome of that. If I took down 2, almost 3 people with me before getting down, it's a win in my book.
Indeed. It's pretty intense, I have to say. Yeah, we came up here to treasure hunt Tattooed, and we killed 4 of them. You sent me a telegram that caught me a bit by surprise the other day.
Which one?
It was very verbose and almost dramatic for you, which is saying something.
I'm always dramatic.
I know, which is why it seemed a little out of character, because it was almost overly dramatic.
There's no such thing as overly dramatic.
Fair enough, fair enough. So it was a new level of dramatic from you.
I had learned some things which had upset me. They turned out not to be true, but...
Well, I'm glad that they're not true. I wish I could help take back the untruth of the you learning about the untruths, so that they would not have upset you, except for the fact that I actually really enjoyed reading that telegram. It made me feel warm and fuzzy.
Good. You remember Willard?
Sure, with the top hat?
He died today.
No.
Left me in his will.
How?
What do you mean how? He wrote a will and left me in it.
No, fuck you. How did he die? You know what I was saying.
He, went up north to find Froggy and them and had a duel and lost. Same way Noah went out, so it's kind of poetic in a way.
Who's Noah?
Very poetic. Okay, so there's a lot of backstory to this. Noah used to ride with Pavel, sort of, when it was Sons of the Prophecy, back when Sleek was meant to be greatest outlaw who ever lived. He turned out to be a lawman, yada yada yada. Well, Noah got it in his head that the prophecy was actually about him. So, he decided to become the greatest outlaw that ever lived by dueling Hank Hammer. Hank wouldn't agree to it, so he kidnapped Hank's girlfriend, shot her, and then was subsequently shot by Hank. And that's how he died. Trying to get a duel that got him no good.
Isn't Hank a lawman?
Yes. That's why he wouldn't duel him.
That's, I think, the only name I've known so far that you've said, other than Pavel's. Which is hardly your fault.
Yeah. It's this whole big thing.
Alright, we can leave it at that.
But Noah was close with Willard. I think in a way Willard was probably planning this some way or another. That's why he probably wrote the will. And only included me and Pavel in it.
Hmm. Do you think Pavel knows yet?
Knows about Willard being dead?
Yeah.
Yes, he sent me a telegram. Called me to Limpany. Showed me the will and then showed me Willard.
Hmm. That's awfully callous of him.
He's a very nice person.
He's a very what person? Sorry.
Very callous and cold.
Yes. And volatile
least
at
nowadays.
times.
Like a fire that will only keep burning until it consumes everything around it, at which point it will put itself out.
Do you know, there's a small part of me that's very glad he didn't take me with him when he left Thieves.
Because you would be involved in this whole conflict now.
Because I'd probably be some sort of a violent person. I certainly would not be as close with you as I am. I don't think I would have ever met Runa.
Fate has a funny way of working, doesn't it?
She does, yeah. I think I prefer this one. I'm sorry, Willard's dead.
It happens.
Now you sound the callous one.
I've always been callous. I'm not a good person after all.
You just conceal it behind your chaos.
Yeah.
And you're a better person than some.
How?
How many times have you fed anyone to a wild animal?
Okay, I'm not crazy, psychotic, and violent. No offense.
None taken. I think she can do better, and I'm actively trying to help her be that way. But how do you, by what metric do you measure good versus bad?
How genuine someone is.
So you're a bad person and I'm a good one, you would say? You have
Perhaps.
said? You've called me a good person.
You are.
I will take that as a high compliment, higher than I thought before. I'm not sure I agree with you being a bad one, though. Are you married?
I was engaged twice, married once, and now I'm engaged again.
Right, but did you end the marriage?
Yes.
Okay. It's just, if you say that you're a bad person and you relate that metric to how genuine a person is, it just makes me wonder about some of the things that you've told me. Not that
Like
I
what?
don't trust you, but I mean, you tell most people that your name is Hades Walter Harbinger.
Legally, it is.
Sure.
Might not be my birth name, but that's what my name is.
Right. Which there's nothing wrong with. I mean, Mine is what I tell people it is, but I suppose I could very easily change it legally as well.
I'm very honest with most things. My
Sure,
demeanor,
sure.
perhaps sometimes, isn't. You know that.
Mhm.
You act a certain way around people as well.
I do. And I've seen and experienced firsthand people who display different, more genuine sides of their personality to others. So,
Why are you awkwardly I feel uncomfortable. Why are you standing? Sit down.
because I tried, and apparently all this stool is
Okay,
good
let's
for
go
me.
stand somewhere then.
Putting
I feel
my coat and hat on.
uncomfortable being looked down at.
Oh, I'm sorry. I nearly sat on the floor when you told me about Willard. Oh, is there a card here? My goodness, there's like 3 in
There's
this
3
house.
cards, yes.
I never found that one before. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stare at you.
Yeah, it's fine. I find myself at an impasse where I must become a violent person.
Why?
Suppose I'm the war. Or, well, not a war, fight, conflict, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
A conflict is only a conflict if it actually has 2 sides.
And it will. Because past 2 times they have hurt me, I have lied down and I have taken it. And I have tried to be kind and make peace with them, and they have not accepted it. So why should I be the only one to fight for peace and let them walk over me? If they wish for me to be violent, to fight them in the same way they fight me, then I'm okay with that.
Is this fight now between you and Froggy and Darius?
Yes, Froggy, Darius, Harlow, and fucking Sun.
Who's Harlow?
Used to ride with Pavel and them. I actually thought Pavel had a crush on her, but
Oh. I know who that is. Red-haired woman.
I thought I could trust Sunny, though. We were in the same boat, both loyal to Pavel until he pushed us both away, but apparently Froggy made him a deal. Something like that. Tell me something interesting about your week or your day.
Went to see Runa the other day. She sent me back to the mainland with 80 potatoes.
Yeah, there is really nothing better to do on that island.
She's apparently making money hand over fist. Between digging up potatoes and selling it to Law. Have you met Sheriff Bolton?
Yes.
What's your impression?
They're fine for the most part. A little bit of a hard ass, but the sheriff can't have it.
Bolton made sure to stand out of earshot. Wasn't interested in listening to our conversation. It's a very nice gesture, I thought.
I would have also wanted to stand away if I was having to transport you to your lover. Gross.
I suppose. She was not far enough, though, that she couldn't turn around and chase Benji and Gideon Graves off the roof of the barn. I climbed up there and started making mouse noises.
Gideon is in jail?
Apparently, yes. Robbed a bank. At least once. I don't know how long he's in Sisika for, but at some point I should like to actually find out more about him than people think we look alike.
He's a nice person, very funny. I call him Gideon Michael Graves. He calls me Hades Walter Harbinger. Because
Sure.
he's GMG and I'm HWH.
Oh, that's good.
Mhm.
So you taking anybody else into this war with you?
It'll be hard to lose Jordan and Wayne to fight this war. They'd be mad at me if I went and did it myself. So I
Do you think
suppose
Jordan would
those
even
two will
fight?
never do. He's never shot at them, so I don't know if he will or won't. He refuses to buy another gun and only has a carbine.
I will wager, if you want me to ask her, Runa would take up an arm for you.
Not her conflict.
No. Not necessarily mine either, but she's she's basically the violent half of the partnership, so if violence is required from me, it appears in the form of her, I suppose.
No. Thank you for the offer, but no. If I do something to them, then I want it done by my hands.
Sure. Well, if you want to take a page out of her book, I'd be happy to pass you a couple of strong predator baits if you wanted to try and get creative.
I would love that.
She told me how to make them, and then I had 2 or 3 jobs right in a row, all going to Manzanita. So I sort of not mastered it exactly, but I've got it down to a science. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We will see, tattooed. I mean, she ripped up stuff yesterday, but and what does Emerson think about all this?
Deputy that was kidnapped with me?
Sure, the you in similar mental form.
Hmm? Well, he seems to think I'm some hero that saved his life. Which, I mean, I guess I technically did. They were
I
going
was
to
going to
shoot
say,
him.
I'm not sure that you're wrong.
So the only reason why I really did anything was because Froggy turned his back to me while I still had a loaded gun. For whatever reason, they didn't take it from me.
His mistake. I wish they'd actually gone with the pacing, though. They didn't. Pacing is such a sweet spot, and certain people just fully ignore
Sometimes
it.
I think I'm more like my uncle than I am my father.
You told me about your uncle, but not your father.
Adopted as well. He was in the same group, an older gentleman.
Hmm.
His family had passed away and he turned to a life of crime and misfortune. But he was still a moral compass in it all. I only ever heard him say I love you once.
When was that?
I think it was maybe a week before he died.
Did he say it in other ways?
Yeah. He wasn't very good at expressing his emotions, but he did leave me a heartfelt letter.
I know the type. My father was similar, I think. But for a long time I thought he was ashamed of me or something.
Well, I'm not your father, but I'm proud of you.
I'm not necessarily looking for it from you, but thank you.
Alright, you can call me Dad if you want, Abdul. How about that? My uncle had my brother killed.
I think you might have put that in your letter.
I'm not very good at speaking coherently in long-winded paragraphs, but I am good at writing them out in a telegram.
And again, I know what you mean. I feel sometimes as if I'm writing books back and forth to people. I think I told you I got picked up by a fellow named Preston who, his main comment was, "You spend way too much time in telegram offices." In fairness, it was the morning that Bruno got picked up, so I had a good reason to be in the telegram office a lot.
Bruno who?
Minnie? Sorry, do you not know that her name is Runa Minette?
I thought you said Bruno.
No, Runa.
Okay. Yeah, that changes. I thought you said Runos.
No. You know, nobody.
Yes, I know her.
Where is Wayne?
Jail.
Jessica?
Yep.
Why?
I had to break some people out. I was literally lying in the bed to the medical office, watching him do. I don't think he realized. Something a little ironic about that.
I wonder if Wayne did realize that. Just a bit, yeah. Just a bit. Do you know when he gets out?
Probably Saturday.
Shame, it might have been interesting to try and visit them at the same time.
What's Flatneck's relationship with Ivy?
It's, well, do you want to know officially or unofficially? Or both? Both, got it. Unofficially, I think she's a friend. I would love to try and help her get through whatever it is that Pavel has accidentally inflicted upon her.
There was no accidental infliction.
Sure. That's probably just the optimist in me trying to paint him in a better light than he paints himself.
No, what he did to her was completely fucked up.
The difficulty of it is standing there watching him offer to bury the thing for as long as essentially that he never hears that she's coming from him for him. He'll never come for her again. And watch it be arguably the most genuine I've seen him be since he left Thieves. And also watch her be completely unable to actually do anything other than slash at him because of what he did. So unofficially, I can't blame her. I fully understand why she did what she did. officially, it seems, at least for now, she has no position with Flatneck or relationship with us because she can't control emotions, I suppose is the way Quentin put it. But then again, he's in Chicago for...
Well,
left
Abdul.
yesterday, comes back on the 28th or something.
Imagine this. This man has tried to slit your throat, has made you dig your own grave,
I understand. I really
and then
do.
he corners you in a wheat field asking for you to never come after him again so that he'll leave you alone, when you've done nothing to him the entire time.
It was happenstance that he was in the field. I fucking wish we had just gone to Guama like they suggested. I think there is a degree to which it is my fault, and it's primarily just I didn't understand the depth of any of it, and it's my tendency to just try to get out of the way, and that was not the proper thing there.
Roger found her later in Strawberry. I think I've told you this, didn't I? And I
You have.
protected her.
You have. He told me as well.
What did he say?
Just caught up with her and people wouldn't get out of the way.
It was stupid of him to do anything when there's a ranger sending a tip into law, when... There were a lot of factors why I stopped him.
I'm not entirely sure Roger is always the smartest.
He told me he was on a 3-day cocaine binge.
That would be part of why.
Abdul,
Hmm.
tomorrow, what are you going to be doing?
Likely sleeping.
Monday we'll go baking, and this is a forced socialization adventure. Have a good night.
All right.
There will be no arguments. I have made my demands, and it will be met.
Very well. And just like that, she's off. That's funny. Wow, that's a heavy card. All right. Going baking. Interesting. That's not a thing we've ever done before. Well, now we go to Annisburg just to see if Pavel ever said anything back. Which if he did, I assume he'll be in Limpany. Man's got card tricks. I'm just collecting cards to sell to Violet or give to Violet at this point. She really wants a Van Horn deck for some reason. And they're just around. It's a thing to do for somebody. I made a habit with Abdul way back when to just like pick up on the little things that people do or like, and they are, if there's a good poker scene, according to what another player has told me, they're not super valuable at the moment. We had a Valentine deck that was probably worth $200 except for who it came from. It depends on the deck, I think. Violet wants a Van Horn deck really, really badly. Like, she'll pay a lot for it. So, we're just... Yeah. The Van Horn deck, I think, is one of the rarer ones and goes for a pretty high amount. Still. I don't actually know how much it would go for. I've heard her spout some pretty high numbers. Yeah, we have a telegram. It's probably from him. I think the thing with the Van Horn one is it's essentially the same as another deck. It just has skulls instead of something. I never even looked at the... So when I had the Valentine deck, I didn't even realize you could look at it. I just like took it and carried it around for a little while and wound up giving it to Hades because I was like, you can figure out what to do with this. It's taking up space for me. I don't know what to do with this. Well. I need to change these gloves too. Westco.
Yeah, he is. Got him the other day, actually.
Interesting. I wonder what Westco is. RS. He says he'll go to Thieves. Okay. See, is the bird one? Yeah. Thanks, Tattooed. Appreciate you popping in. We're really only wanting to go here to, I guess, chat with Pavel.
Situation, guys. Someone get me out of these cuffs.
Interesting. So we'll have to tell Quentin that Hades is probably off the table because the war with Froggy and them has taken a personal turn. I hope she knows what she's doing. Like, Abdul trusts her, but... there's a certain point where you start being a character that exists to tell other characters' stories. There's a few people figuring that out now. So, like Wallaby Kids, for lack of a better term, Widow, Lucille. She's not really a widow, but she kind of fills that role a little bit. Julian, somewhat, which I think is part of why Tenfold hasn't really been playing Wild a whole lot recently. He's been over on Prodigy a lot, but this is where we ride in and go, no, we were talking with Hades. She told me about Willard. I'm sorry. Yeah, a bit. Dakota's in Sisika. We actually saw Dakota real briefly the other day. She woke up behind the chair that we were sitting in, which was really funny. That's not the way that we want to meet her. It's also not the way that we really want to meet Zip. Dakota definitely got left kind of holding the bag where he's concerned, but it's an interesting time. Because another piece that I have to think through is like, do people sort of cycle around between servers telling their character stories? Like so Hades has this whole war with Froggy. What happens if she gets gunned down and decides that's time to perma? What happens then with Cassie? Does she go to a different one? Does she stay here? Does she keep role playing? Does she come up with something different? Like, I don't know. It's kind of also true of he doesn't seem to have telegrammed us. But we should probably actually look. I guess it's true of Runa too. It's like, what happens if Runa dies? Like, I suppose there's a space where... Oh, he was at Riggs. Like, I'm realizing if Quentin disappears long term, Tanixian is really the one with the drive to have Flatneck Trading Company happen. If Abdul kind of had his way, he would sort of continue making money somehow and would go hang out with Runa all the time. Even if that's like living on Guarma or something, or going to Mexico permanently, like. Yeah. I just like Lucille, to some extent, I think, like, fell off a bit because of her actual life, which is tough. Like, her not being able to stream as much, but she did sort of like hang around, from what I understand, like to do some medical RP. I thought that was you.
Hello, Abdul.
Should we go to Flatneck?
Whatever.
Alright, let's go to Flatneck.
Straight ahead, hombre.
What? Gonna lead the way, Abdul?
Sure.
Really don't know where Flatneck.
No, I'm just letting him lead the way because it's his this fucking place. It's a sign of respect. It's a show of respect.
I'm gonna have to put it in though. Probably, because I don't ever approach it from this way. Big old group. There's a fox.
Hold up, we're fucking losing.
Buckle and switch to the front.
You pebble, you're getting in the way. Is she trying?
You know where Flatneck is, right?
I was looking for the railroad tracks. I have just found them. I don't usually come from this direction.
I know what those their fucking lands.
All right. All right. Like Cain the Bible said, immortal who walks the land forever. It's in the Bible. That's what he's cursed with. Immortality. The first part of the Bible, motherfucker. The first part. The part with Cain and Abel, the brothers. I don't know what the fucking number is. What I don't know. Fucking get it out. Pull it out of your
That was so close. That was so freaking close.
Yeah, we're at an odd angle. I don't know. This is.
Yeah, I know, right?
All right, let's talk, Abdul. Let's play some poker and talk.
How much is for this table?
I don't know. You need money?
20.
Here, I'll give you take some. I owe you anyway.
All right, for that job, it's okay. I think it's 20. Is it 20 in there?
Well, the job was a fuck up, but you come back. Yeah, it's not like that, but there.
Oh, it must be the bard that does those. Cool.
All right, what's the max bid?
I'm putting in 50.
And dollars.
Yep.
I want to know. Well, I assume you know why.
What did she say?
I want to speak.
Likes of the game.
I suppose I can guess.
I want to know what Ivy's relation is to Flatneck now.
Officially, she has no relation to Flatneck.
Officially, sure, but what about unofficially?
I wish I could tell you for sure.
God damn it.
Mr. Quinton is out of the state until the 28th. As far as I know, he has said that she's a little too emotional, irrational to really do anything with us.
Ivy was gonna join Flatneck?
She was.
It was a possibility.
What the
yes.
fuck?
I thought it would do her good to put her mind to something other than
You trying to kill her?
stabbing me. But I did try for peace.
You did.
Now you see, Abdul, you and whoever the other fucker there was that even a worm can turn.
Chaucer, I believe his name was.
That fella's with Julius, ain't he?
You don't know.
I think so. He was.
You don't have his
running
telegram, do you?
security, apparently. No, I know almost nothing about the man.
That's alright.
Seems he was
I've got a medical bag. Don't worry about it. I've got
our
some
dog
medicines.
for the night.
Yep, very much so.
I think she bumped into him. And thought that he would be good to also do work with.
Spoken to Hades yet?
I have. I'm sorry to hear about Willard.
Shame.
Indeed.
He's a good fella.
I agree. I liked him.
I think
Too
everyone
good.
did.
I liked him a hell of a lot. Whatever's after this, I hope it treats him a hell of a lot better. He deserved that much. Good fucking friend.
I think she intends to single-handedly perhaps go to war with Froggy now.
God damn it. Single-handedly? Why fucking single-handedly?
Because she doesn't want to take Wayne or Jordan with her. And
What about myself?
I think she's a little hurt by the lack of communication from you.
So
Jesus
she'd rather
Christ.
just go die by herself than ask
What?
me for aid.
What is it with all your old friends not having a lack of communication and just going and doing stupid shit?
Nice to meet you, Johnny.
I don't understand.
Oh, how'd you think?
I can be distant, I understand that. But sometimes distance is wise in our line of work.
Sometimes, yes. Sometimes.
Can't take it personally.
You right, Tatty?
Why? Because you fell off your horse? Oh. Yeah, right.
I mean, I will do as best I can to point
Use
her
the rest of this.
toward you, but
No,
Should
you
help
don't
you
need to
bruise.
do anything. I can speak to her.
You okay, Hattie?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I don't know how to play poker, so I'm just gonna sit right here next to you.
All right. I just won.
I can't believe none of you cared that Hattie was hurt. Congratulations.
You
I didn't fucking
clearly-
realize even.
most of us didn't even notice.
You clearly don't.
Awful.
No, when you go-
Here, I'll give
I
you the
saw
short
her
and
right
sweet
there.
of it.
Is she okay?
Hattie was chasing after me. I did some evasive maneuvers. She fell on her fucking face.
Where is she now?
She's walking away. I don't know.
God damn it! Where?
Because none of you cared that she was hurt. Actually, I think she just hit. I think she's just hitching up a horse.
Okay. God damn it! Why do you fucking play with my head?
She was hurt though. She was unconscious.
Again, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I mean,
What is your feeling though, Pavel? Where I
On
was
what?
concerned. Do you want her still to have potentially some connection with Flatneck or anyone?
No, not particularly.
I think she's
think
half
she's
an
a-
idiot. She's gonna get what's coming to her. That's what I think.
I think regardless of what I intend to do, woman is a liability to you.
I would agree with that.
And I do want to
Hey,
continue
yo.
a prosperous relationship with Limpany and Flatneck.
I think I and Mr. Quinton are in agreement with that. I don't know about Mr. Winston, but Mr. Winston, I think, would go in the direction of the company.
I think this woman is a roadblock. If she ever were to join your ranks, she is an unquenchable hatred against me.
Given her inability to put it to rest at all, I agree with you. I thought that was, and I told her as much, I thought that was almost probably the most genuine I think I've ever seen you.
That might be the nicest thing I've ever heard or the meanest thing I've ever heard.
Well, you have to remember, Roger, that when Pavel left to go do his thing in Limpany, somehow I slipped through the cracks. It's long over with. I've found a position here that I'm very happy with.
I was never meant to stay in Thieves, Abdul. My position
I know
there
that.
was temporary.
I do know that.
I was a steward, pretty much. And I saw better in you than just another gun.
And that is the piece that I have come to understand, is that you, Mr. Pavel, read folk far better than others, I think, give you credit for. What was it?
You're half decent at it too.
2 times out, and
Two
you
pair.
knew perhaps that I was not meant for violence.
I like what you're doing up here a lot more than I think being a fucking another mercenary, to be honest.
Abdul, it was partly, the man
2
was stabbed
aces.
by accident. I know that troubled you a lot. There's nothing pitiful about that, caring for others like that. There's nothing wrong with it. Just means your specialties lie elsewhere than breaking kneecaps.
Sure. I do not envy the man that does hurt one of my friends, though.
Sure, that's a good thing.
Mhm.
Line of work I'm in, though, sometimes we have to be proactive.
Oh,
We
I
can't
know.
wait for one of us to get hurt.
Had you heard that I am seeing someone? Have I introduced her to you yet? as in official
No.
capacity.
What's her
Well,
name?
Her name is Runa Minette, and it'll have to wait until after the 17th because that's how long she's in Sisika.
Hell of a match. But shit, congratulations. Glad you found someone that makes you happy. Hopefully.
She does. She also makes me worried and stressed sometimes, but such as
Yeah,
it
it's
is.
sort of part of it.
Yes.
Yeah, Pablo really did that to himself.
I'm fucking worried right now. I don't know where the fuck is she?
She's probably complaining.
I'm actually gonna go check on her. I don't know where she went.
Oh my god.
I mean, honestly, I think she was just outside of the tree watching the walls. She said she was fine.
You said Quentin's away on business?
Yes, he's in Chicago until the 28th.
Oh, I've heard good things about Chicago.
So
Yep,
have
good
I.
for him.
Indeed. Did you have any business you needed to do, Roger?
Oh no, I was just curious.
Sure.
I don't think I have any business. Actually, I have an elephant gun that I'm selling. Think you'd
Oh,
be
do you?
interested in that? Yeah, I know guns were more always kind of Quentin's thing, but
It's entirely Quentin's thing.
Yeah.
I suppose it depends on what you want to get for it.
I'd like a good bit, 5,000 at the minimum.
Sure. I would think that that's perhaps more along the lines of what we're prepared to do at this point.
Yeah, I think that's market value. I'm pretty sure it is, but obviously, if I could get more, that would be better. So
Sure. I know that
and I have
the hope
sorry, go ahead.
between Mr. Quentin, I think, and the Red Jacks is to artificially drive down the prices of some of the more expensive guns. But
Yeah,
to
I
do
don't doubt that.
we have to get a hold of them.
I know as of now, pump actions are going for like 15 grand. And that's just way through the fucking roof.
Very high. Deke, before we end things, I have something to give you.
Something to give me.
Yes, because I don't see Violet here, and it's really more for her, but I can pass it through you, I think. Can I not?
Yeah.
Are you well? Shoot anyone today?
No. Just got up a little bit ago.
Sure.
How about you?
No. Shot at no, unfortunately. Or unfortunately, depending on
who you are.
Yeah.
I suppose, yes.
Should I join and bet all
You
the
have
money
no-
that I have and then lose it all because I don't know how to play poker?
No.
That's essentially what I'm doing. I mean, I do sort of know how, but
How did I win that?
That's all I got on me.
Raul, what did you have?
Jack shit.
I mean, I had jack shit too. I had a king and a 4.
how is everyone managing to buy in with $15 and I'm sitting here with 10?
You didn't. No, you didn't buy in with $50.
Yeah. Just gotta take your time to look at it. And
I
pull
don't
out more
remember
money.
if I even had 50 in my pockets when I sat down, though.
Is he wanted?
Is who wanted?
Who?
Pavel.
Yep.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go kind of wander around the open area.
Okay,
just
I
be
tried
on
to
the
go
safe
with
side.
him.
What
He said
happened?
no.
He's going to look for Hattie?
He's going to look for
Yeah,
Hattie,
Hattie
but I'm gonna go
rode off.
wait on them both.
Alright,
So,
just be careful.
I'm gonna be careful. I'm not wanted, so it don't matter to me.
Just keep your distance.
Alright. You should be smart.
I see you got out of
Thank you,
Blackwater
Outlaw
with no
Legend.
problem, Pedro.
Whoa.
Ah.
Is he calling Raul an outlaw legend or me an outlaw legend?
Who's Pedro?
Raul. Or Felipe, depending on...
They're back. They're gonna
Oh,
come
they're
back.
back.
They're outside right now.
Okay.
Gross. I hate this. Thistlebrooke, come play poker for me. I'll just all in so that I'm done. It's fine.
Suddenly everybody's so
A whole
quiet.
dollar?
Nothing.
Shit's about to go down, hombre.
Oh,
Look at that.
I had a full house. Yeah, that was pretty good. I didn't have shit, to be honest. I was
Nor
just
did
playing
I,
to
but-
play. Yeah. And there everyone goes.
Not everyone.
Oh, you want to do all in? Everything?
Out here.
You want to?
How you been, brother? Crazy things going on.
Crazy things, yes, I'm alright, I suppose. Just sort of going about life and trying to make sure Runa doesn't do anything stupid.
Yeah. How's that going?
Well, she's in Sisika, so she's safe-ish.
You got any word on a visit?
I actually went the other day.
Oh, really? Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'll get that to her.
I made a habit of just picking them up
deck.
anytime I can see them.
Well, does she pay you for them? Present?
She might. I don't know. You use it to, I don't know, convince her to kiss you harder or something. I don't know.
Oh. Yeah, we're actually, I don't know. We had a bit of a spat, I guess.
Well, use it to make up then, maybe.
I appreciate that. Oh, man. How was the visit?
Where'd Johnny go?
It was good. Sheriff Bolton wound up taking me, which was interesting. I'd never met them before.
I found it on the ground.
I don't know if that's why.
I think probably the worst bit about it was that Benji the Kid was in Sisika again.
Yeah. Are you, not fond of him?
Where I am the person who can convince Runa not to do things, I think he is the one person who says things out loud and they just seem like a good idea.
Well,
They're not a good
boy
idea.
No, he's, I don't know. There's outlaws and then there's outlaws.
It's not even really paraphrasing. The number of outlaws and law that I have mentioned his name to, who have said essentially he's a shit stain on the crossing, is constantly growing.
Yeah.
It's rather insane.
Me and Violet actually met him like his first few minutes, and we found him laying on the side of the road next to a local's horse.
Sure.
And
Probably
our
tried to-
assumption is he tried to steal the horse and got gunned down.
I assume
But he
so, yes.
was acting like he didn't know any better. So we believed him, I guess, for a while. But later I found out who he was. I'm like, oh, he's just conning us. I actually gave him money for his own horse that night.
Sure.
Like an idiot.
I've watched him try to convince a poor naive fellow that he's a pastor and raising money for a church in Shady Bell, and that it's God's house. And
oh man,
he's essentially tried to pull that on. Do you know Mackenzie?
Yeah.
Yes,
Zoe's
he sort of
fella.
tried to pull it on him as well. Mackenzie had a wonderful back and forth where he said, "Are you trying to say pastor or pasta, or maybe pesto, which is a type of pasta?" It was very amusing. And then Benji saying pasta was like, "Oh, so it's something to do with being on your knees and having God come inside you." It was amazing simply to watch Benji squirm.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Mr. Quinton was standing right there as well, and that only made it funnier.
I don't know him.
Do you not?
I don't think so.
I'll have to introduce
What's
you
his first
sometime.
name?
He's
Quentin?
Quinton Huxley, yes. He's the actual fellow that has the idea for Flatneck Trading Company. I'm just the person around most frequently, so I'm
I
sorry.
might have met him, but I don't know.
He's a very fancy snakeskin coat if he's out west, or he dresses all in creams and darker reds than I even fancy.
Okay, all right.
Often chewing on a cigar.
Yeah,
With a
don't sound familiar.
sort of a
Might have
thick-
somehow.
thick Louisiana accent. The one point, if you do meet him, is he often puts sort of an H sound behind all of his W's, regardless of if there's one there or not. sort of a whale type. He's a good fellow. I very much enjoy.
Well, I hope. Yeah, I
being
hope
around
if you're in business with him,
He pushes neutrality above all, and it just makes a
That
lot
does
of
sound
sense.
nice. Yeah. Yeah. All this feuding and stuff makes my head hurt. Can't keep track of it.
Cobbles, I can send you a clip.
Yeah.
Thistlebrook can send you a clip.
I'm trying to figure out if Hades is alright, I guess.
We head back to Limpany?
I'm not sure whether she is or not. One moment.
Yeah.
Why
Pavel.
is he throwing? Yeah.
Does this look like the name of a hissy fit?
Yes.
What's this?
This, my friend, is why you are friends with me.
Ooh. Ooh.
What?
Shit.
What?
Spasiba.
What?
Where'd you get this?
What'd he give
He
you?
gave me some potatoes.
I went to Sisika the other day.
You went to
Good man.
Cisco for what?
Because my love is stuck there.
How'd you, did you visit and fucking pick potatoes during
I
visitation?
picked no potatoes.
She picked potatoes and
She-
gave them to you as a
Oh,
gift.
she got the. Wait a minute! I just thought of a
Yeah.
hell of a scheme. What if you went there, like weekly, and just picked up all the prisoners' potatoes and paid them for it? And like a low amount, but enough to where it's still worth it for them.
I feel like after a while, the guards won't let me in anymore.
Yeah, but I mean, you could milk it for.
Well, it
long
very much
enough.
just it depends on who you're visiting, I suppose. I have a window to do it with her for now, and we may have sort of planned for it, but I'm just fortunate. I think that Sheriff Bolton didn't bother searching me on the way out.
I don't think potatoes are illegal.
No, but I believe Sisika guards tend to take them away from people before
guards
they
will.
leave.
I like them.
But I do know that she's sold potatoes now to 2 different sheriffs.
Huh.
She's making money hand over fist, apparently.
On potatoes.
On potatoes, yes.
You know,
Good for her.
like I knew a fellow named Potato. Once.
It's very good for
Never heard of
shine.
him.
But I don't know. If I come into more, Pavel.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I'll make sure to make use of it.
How oblivious Hattie
Sure.
is.
To the fact that she's.
Thistlebrook,
blogging
you might have to
page.
actually like message it to him because my bot
Oh,
is
look at how cute they both look
silly.
on Arabians.
Who?
The both of you. You and Hattie are both on Arabians.
Oh, we both are, I guess. Shit.
Yes.
Oh, for what it's worth, Flatneck Trading Company is selling a Rose Bay Arabian.
What does that look like?
I'm afraid you'll have to look in the stable. I have not seen it myself. I found
It's
videos,
like a-
so to
Yeah.
speak.
I think someone that looks like Doopy.
Do y'all buy horses too?
Sometimes, yes.
It's like a pinkish grey. It's very weird looking.
It's kind of pretty. It's like a roan.
That one is the prettiest one.
I know, I do like this fucking color.
Isn't it
No,
gorgeous?
she wasn't.
Isn't
It was
quite
probably
lightweight?
the. It was probably the link.
This isn't my horse.
No, it's not. It's mine.
That's
Yeah,
right, it's your
My
horse.
thing is set up to block links.
I have one like it
unfortunately.
though. That Patty gave me.
I
Kronos.
figured you could have ridden it if you wanted to. I'm going to be riding with Roger. I don't care.
Okay.
I'm about
That
to
one's
just make
almost
you a mod, Thistlebrook, and then it's fine.
Panache.
Mhm.
Like
Actually,
apples?
I probably will do that.
Yeah, it
I
does.
need to figure out how real quick.
Yes. He likes anything sweet. So what are we doing?
Standing here.
I'm gonna go back to Limpany.
Alrighty.
I mean, do whatever you'd like to do. I was probably going to go to bed myself.
Sounds well. Good to speak with you, Abdul.
You as well.
Yeah, of course.
You two
Always
want to go
good
back to
see you
Limpany?
and shit.
They do look a little goofy.
Yeah, good to see you. Have a good night.
You as well, Deke. As far as I'm concerned, you're always welcome.
What's weird?
Hey,
You
Johnny.
know what?
Appreciate
just forget it. We'll drop
Spoilers.
Spoilers.
What?
You want to check my telegram? And then write me with yours?
Yeah, I can do that.
Alright. Just let me know when you're ready.
Roll.
Dang.
Even,
Alright, hit me with it.
can you take down
Fuck off,
mine?
209.
My telegram?
Oh, yeah, hold on.
I don't think we ever did that, and then you
It's an
disappeared for a very long time.
F0209.
Yeah, I got it.
Got
I'll
it.
send you a telegram
What is it?
soon with
It
mine.
is quick draw
But it's just
593.
YP551. Pretty simple to
YB
remember.
551.
But YP, like you're perfect 551.
So let's go back. Delta
That's pretty good.
593.
Damn, and I knew he was gonna do that.
593, yes.
I knew when he was walking across the tracks, he wouldn't make it far.
If you should happen to luck into any weapons that you want to sell or get picked up and need to replace them,
Okay,
we tend to buy high and sell low.
Thieves.
we might need a lot of weapons or a lot of bullets, ammunition for a fight.
Sure.
Good luck.
Enjoy
And I
the
need,
cash.
I need to make this fight last very long.
I will.
That's why I need a lot of ammunition.
Sure, sure. Guns, I can definitely get you. Ammunition, I'll talk to Quentin and see what we can do.
Okay, I could probably trade in some couple of guns. I don't mind.
Sure, sure.
What kind of what kind of doing things?
I'm asking you. You okay?
Be well, my friends. Hattie, good to see you.
Steve,
Adios, somebody.
well, are you talking about like work?
I have a friend that's sometimes in chat, Cobbles, who really likes horses, which is part of the reason we ever bought a thoroughbred. I'm real curious what her thoughts on your opinion of Arabians would be. Yeah, I think after, so I've been thinking about it, and not that Abdul's gonna go anywhere, not that Moody's gonna go anywhere. If I get to a point where I do want to retire or perma either of them, I think I might do a character after that that's sort of a combination of the two, but a little bit more criminal. Oh, and it's probably 100% too, Thistlebrook, that they are just interbred way, way, way too much. Like English bulldogs. I'm gonna go to Thieves. It's been 6 hours. I'm glad. So I don't know if I've told you yet, Thistlebrook. Cobbles knows because Cobbles watched some of it. The first character that I came into the crossing with, Robert Norton Moody, got approved to be Saints Crossing Department of Health, which is fun. So I have another character that I can kind of intersperse so that I'm not just no-lifing it with Abdul. And we did some med roleplay earlier, which was cool. I'm wanting to learn more med roleplay because I keep getting thrust into situations with one or both of my characters where they wind up having to be partially responsible for trying to help somebody. They ain't got no alibi. They ugly. That's funny. It's funny too because I'm trying to. I don't really know what kind of Scottish accent you have, but just hearing that in a Scottish accent is hilarious. I'll see it to her face. The UGLY. They ain't got no alibi. They ugly. That's funny. This is where I panic because, like, I don't know the map super well. I get halfway across and I'm like, oh, am I going the right way? I'm fine, but. Clydesdales would be cool. It depends on if Clydesdales were a thing at this point. I'm sure they were, but and then thank you. I've worked hard on the Scottish. I had a character for a tabletop role-playing game who was Scottish that I listened a lot to Billy Boyd to try and like nail down. A Frisian horse? Oh, I know what I was doing. We're going to sit here in the middle of the field for a second because I want to figure out is it moderation. Nope. There we go. Roles manager. I need to learn what an artist role is. Oh, cool. Okay. Not that one yet. All right. Thistlebrook. Try and post a link. Maybe of a clip. At this point, I trust you, and we only overlap when it's intentional, and we're both out. Yeah, there we go. Oh, not wolves. Ow. Nope. Woohoo! Now's where we try the tricks. This is gonna get us in so much trouble. Can I get there? Nope. Huzzah! Alright. Y'all asked for it. Hold still. Thank you. Oh, don't use the thing for cover. You can go through the... Why can you go through the bench? Where's the other one? I see you. Ugh. It does. It's wonderful. I'm not going to waste that. Dumb doggos, lie down.
A bit.
Hello.
Either of you want free money? Evidently not. That's fine. They're probably all going to bed. What's really funny is like it just exhausts my my energy meter. Come on. This, not gonna lie, this is half the reason I like Thieves, Thistlebrook. Because wolves just appear. I'm just a little annoyed that they happen to be right there at that bridge. Oh, I've managed twice to get the panther at the camp outside of Thieves, like twice in a row, but it only spawns so often. Although we could strong predator bait. We could do that. I'm on my knees at what point? Yeah, that makes sense. Cobbles, if you are insinuating things about Runa's and Abdul's relationship, I can't technically confirm or deny, because I guess that's up to Thistlebrook. Oh, gotcha. I was so confused. That clip is so freaking good. Like, Mackenzie just like... Mackenzie absolutely lit into him, and it was so funny. Listen, Cobbles, you hang out in the channel long enough, you will, like... Runa is flat out...
Nothing, did they?
They... A bit, but, nothing that sleeping it off won't fix.
Alright.
If you want, there's another 1 or 2 back across the bridge.
Okay.
Free money for you.
Yeah, if you know anybody wants to buy one of those expensive Hungarian half-bloods at a real good discount, let me know.
Sure, sure. What kind of discount are we talking?
Best offer type discount.
Ah.
Yeah, so I just...
Don't want it, don't need
really,
it?
Yeah, I don't care for riding. For some reason, it just didn't work out.
So,
just whatever I can get.
Sure. No, yeah, he did it. He got him so good with it too. It was so funny. But Cobbles, no, if you hang out long enough in the Abdul Runa like time spent together, we don't talk that way to each other, but we absolutely mess around with like basically telling people like not intimate details of stuff, but like making them fill in the gaps. And it's so funny when they're like, we have I'm excited for you with that. We had a really funny moment that I don't think either of us clipped, but we could probably go back and find, of when Abdul was getting his leg brace tightened by Dr. Silas, who is a wonderful dude. He's very funny. Runa marched in and is like, "Hey, is it okay if we have sex with him with like that?" And the doctor goes, "Oh yeah, just use some positions that are more comfortable for it. Get creative." Just he did not even blink. It was so good. I'll have to find it is the problem. I don't remember when it happened. Which I could find it, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it was amazing. He just was immediate, and like we've been having fun with it. With like, you pulled something. Thistlebrook pulled something on Winston that was really funny. And I feel like I've made a comment at least one other time. And we do have fun, like, goofing around. Like, we were at Flatneck at one point, and we purposely were loud enough that people would, like, hear it. Fizzlebrook was sitting on a donkey, and so I went first person mode with Abdul and just kind of, like, ran around looking at her. And she was eventually like, "Are you staring at my ass?" I was just like, "Yep." But it's really funny when we get Winston, because he's kind of like gets flustered and is like, "Oh my gosh." It's just entertaining. It's so entertaining. I just get such a kick out of it. Like, I really enjoy the, like, sweet parts of roleplay because it gives me ideas for, like... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. It's nice because you don't normally think of that type of thing maybe as happening in a game like this, even though it's kind of the perfect, like, time for it. Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. Like, it never happened, but there was a moment when Benji was showing us around Shady Bell. Well, really showing Scarecrow around, and he was like, "Yeah, and then probably the big bad will be for Runa and Abdul." And there was a really funny moment where I wanted to, like, chime in and be like, "Oh, we don't need all the bed. We could just use X," and I didn't do it. That would have been so funny. But just the amusing piece of doing the improv nature of roleplay is just so good. Thistlebrook, were you in chat when Pavel was like, "Oh, dang, we could like make loads with people just bringing potatoes out of Sisika"? Because he has a good point. I just straight up gave him 30 potatoes because it's Pavel and I want to make sure there's good energy. Yeah, it's great business. If it's something that we can actually pull off. I need to refill the gun. Swap these. Is this refined? I guess it is. That's kind of a weird swooshy walk now that I think about it. Yeah, no, it's fantastic. She's helping us run, like, you, because of what you gave Abdul, 10 of the crate of moonshine that went to Knox today was your doing. Which he was like, "Make sure you thank her for me," because, yeah, it was great. I love Two Hands, Two Thumbs. I'm so glad we actually get to roleplay with him a bit. He's such a good dude. Such a good dude. It is late. I love you both. Thank you so much for being here, Thistlebrook and Cobbles. Runa, is Runa gonna be streaming? Are you gonna be doing that at any point soon? Because we can always raid you. I don't know whether you're online or not. We will look. Nope, it's Pavel, it's Ivy. Ivy has a lot of viewers, my gosh. Compared to a bunch of other people, that is. Yeah, we'll raid dollar store. And we'll see if he even notices. Thank you for hanging, friends. I am probably not going to be around tomorrow. I'm semi-intentionally taking the day off. My girlfriend graduated with a master's of business or something. I think it's a master of business. She was finishing it up when we met. So it's just cool that she's finished it now. But we're supposed to be going out for a nice dinner with a bunch of people. I will probably... Don't fall asleep on them, even though I know that you will. Sorry. In my family, you tease the people that you like. It is... Yeah, it's 2:30 for you. 3:30 to me. And then Sunday, we're hanging with her. I might play a bit early afternoon. And then we're... Yeah, 100%. That's why it was funny. Yeah, seriously. Like, you're just like, it's Saturday. Sunday, I may be on late. I will be on... I might be on in the afternoon. And then Monday... I normally stream in the evening. And Hades has basically said, hey, we're doing baking. So, yeah. There's something going on then. We're gonna go raid dollar store Buck. And see whether he notices. And it'll be okay. Thank you so much, my friends. Appreciate you guys a lot. We'll be back maybe sometime Sunday, definitely Monday, because that's the normal stream. It's been fun. Playing Moody earlier was great. Get to make some new connections with him. And then, even though all we really did with Abdul was run up to above Roanoke and then to Flatneck, like, I still feel like it was a good time. Appreciate people in the chat so much all day. Thanks, guys.